commercials. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? There are a couple. Hello. Another night of crits. We don't have very many people, so we might be sculpting some fiddle futzing around. We will see. Yeah, we only have yours and Olga's models. And Olga was just changing her hand. We get to work on 10. Light dip. Is it? Booty. Locking. The joke. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hey, there you are. All right. So you're first. We're going. Okay. Oh, can you hear me? I can hear you. You're like, I'm done with it. Done, I say. A thousand times. Yeah, no. You know, the thumb is no longer twisting. Accidentally tap the tip. Yeah, no, it's the selection. When I tapped it, I see. No, I think you got it. I think but do you see how the thumb's on the right plane? I mean, that makes a because you know your thumb just doesn't twist that way. So, um, nope, I think it looks 1,000 times better. You did it. Looks great. Oop. And you killed Z. Mika doesn't. That's got to be on his talking to old. Olga, can yeah, desktop audio. Right. No one hears about the hand. I'll give a play-by-play. All right. Olga was concerned about the hand, but she seems delighted that the hand is actually on the right plane. See you next week. Been great. Bye. Yeah. No, I think that solves that. Now, the only thing I would say you might want to consider now is, so I would really consider doing, now I use this style a lot. I would almost never just put a dent in an eyeball. I tend to use the C. So this is the highlight and the pupil, and then that's sort of the pupil. And then you just give a slight identifier for the iris, go off. And what that does is it gives direction out looking. You see how there's just more character in that. So I would look up sculpture eyeball and pick a style you like. Um, um, right, you see how a lot of sculptures you see, because what you do is you get, what it's doing is it's giving you the surface highlight on the pupil. Um, and it tends to give you, you can really dictate where the eyes are looking at, if that makes sense. Um, and if you're just popping dents into them or just drawing circles, find that it looks a little strange. Where, I mean, you can see here where there's like the little dimple that breaks into the eye. Right, where you're getting that little physical highlight of the eyeball is what I tend to like. But I would go through and look and see something that a little bit more committed to the sculpt, if they have to give it something that has a wee bit of the reflex, sort of a much nicer. Right, it adds just that eye focus. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that's, I would do. And like I said, it doesn't have to be that style. You know, there are like 4 or 5 sort of consistent, well flushed out style. Um, and that's just the one because I find that wherever you put the pupil highlight, it really sort of dictates how they view it, right? If you put them dead center and up, right, that's a different look than if you put them off to the. You know, it gives you a very different. It also depends on if you put iris ring on, you know. And then usually, if you're putting an iris ring on, you put a hole, which would then, depending on how. So I would say look at some eyeball styles and pick one and just play with the eyes a little. That just gives you a little bit more definitive character. It also gives the eyeballs a slightly. Audio is out. Hold on, let's do this again. Is that better? Is Discord maybe picking up? My mic was a little. Anyone? Everyone? Oh, cool. But it looks great. I think you really... Oh, thank you. Thank you for participating. Of course, anytime. So I look forward to your next model. What's next? Oh, what's next? What's your next sculpture? This one looks great. So you got to do another one for next week. No. Hold on. Let me then. Let's do this. Is that better? Guess I can turn. Okay, so a different experience. Yeah, still pausing. What's pausing? I mean, it shows well, desktop audio is set. I mean, I see you talking, and you're through Discord, right? Yeah, I just turned it up a little. I'm trying to get it. You're telling me that you can't hear it, so I just turned it. I increased my gain some. I mean, it shows you in. All right, so you can hear Henry. Hello, Mario. I know. I'm just like, rah. So, Michael, can you hear Henry talk? Oh my God, you're so confused. Now I have to look around my microphone though, because it's right here in the middle of everything. All right. All right, so what am I doing wrong here? Let's look at the settings of desktop audio. Or is it boy, it's something, isn't it? Discord. Advanced audio properties.
As your microphone and desktop selected.
Okay, so now can they hear
Check,
Henry?
check. Check. Peanut butter sandwiches. Miko.
Okay, yeah, that was it. Remember, we had gone in and turned all that off.
None of it seems to be saved in the profile.
I know the profiles or the scenes aren't saving. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, that's something we can deal with later. Woohoo! Okay. Righto. All right, kind and gentlefolk. For those of you on YouTube, please hit subscribe and hit the little follow button and hit like and hit all those wonderful things we need you to hit so it's all awesome sauce. It's greatly appreciated. It's very helpful. Okay. So Miko, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
It was a nice week, but I am not happy with my progress.
I am too. See, I like that you went back and started from the basics, and now you got your general rhythms going. And I think this is going to be a lot easier to work from. And now you can start to go in and start to make the little decisions about the finer textures. You know, whether you want to make it swirly, whether you want to make it realistic, you know, it'll give you a lot of choices now. You haven't committed to the detail, you've committed to the form. And so that's why I always like to view this stuff in, like, do sculptural block up first and then go into detailing and finishing. That's sort of, you know, the third step, kind of. No, I think he's looking great. Yeah, don't you like the hair better now? It doesn't look like tendrils, it looks like hair.
Yes, I did some parts that I have time.
Yeah, no, I think it succeeds in that sense. Don't you? I mean, I think it definitely looks like layers of hair following one another as opposed
It
to,
is for sure better with your devices.
yeah, better than the stringy octopi arms. Nope, he looks good. I mean, your fabric's looking good. Let's hide your beard for a second. Look at your hair. Hair's looking good. So you've established, you know, the big locks or plaits. So, yeah, no. I think taking that step back and going back to the basics definitely helped it.
Yes, spending 4 days on one beard was nice.
Yeah. No, he looks awesome. Nope, definitely on the right track. You have any questions? Because, I mean, at this point, I think you just need to start stepping in and doing the detail stuff that you've started doing, you know?
These strokes that was made on bird are fine, yes? So I can remove that line texturing from brows and mustaches and just rework them in
Yeah,
this style.
I would say so. Yeah, without a doubt. Because, I mean, I think this is a lot more, you know, it has a better feel to it. It's much more dynamic. It looks like layers. You know, I think that's definitely where you want to go. You may want to come in, and this is something you can do later, right? This isn't a thing that's a necessity right this second, but at some point, you may want to come in, get these tips, and you don't have to do it to all of them, but just every once in a while, let's flip it. Every once in a while, get one of the tips where the tips are not just going completely with the flow, right? Where they have, because you have it going on in the ends of your hair, right? But have it where they're coming off here. You see what I mean? So you have this nice flip to the ends of the hair. Well, remember, these things are ends of hair here, right? So, you know, come in with a couple of these, and instead of them following around, have them changing direction here as well. Right.
In the axis, yes?
Yeah. Just where they're actually separating from the tubes still, you know. Because see how that just makes it pop a little? It's not everything's flowing with the tube, so just grab some of that stuff and change those directions a little. But like I said, that's something you can do once you get it all in and, you know, in place. You can come back and pick just a handful of them and pull them up and out.
Yes, I will do for sure this.
Yeah. I tried to change. I say this every week. Change your brush. I have to change my brush. I actually tried to change them, and for some reason, I didn't save them right because they. Right, where they're not just going straight with the tube. Pull some of those out. Just make them look like they're actually flaring off the surface. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, looks great. I'm happy with where you are, without a doubt.
Thank you very much. I just was sculpting this and crying. Because I made, don't know, 5 to 6 variations of this face hair, and I just thought that I can't find
Oh,
something.
oh yeah, no, without a question. I mean, it's, it's tricky. It is. It's tricky, and fabric and hair. That's it. It's hard stuff if you don't have that rhythm in you. You know what I mean? If you're not really used to it, it can be really brutal.
I have a general question.
Okay.
How would you estimate time needed to sculpt something like this from start to finish?
Uh,
I
honest.
understand that all people have own speed, but it looks that I am very, very slow and
No.
sometimes dumb.
How many hours have you put into this?
2 weeks.
Right, but
7
how many
work
hours?
days per day.
7 hours a day for 2 weeks?
At least 7 hours, yes.
All right. Well, but how many hours did you put into it after I told you to change the coat and hair? So that's 2 weeks, right? About
1
2 weeks.
week.
1 week.
Every day, at least 7 hours. I don't count. I woke up, sit into the brush, and sculpt.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that, like, if you're trying to be a commercial modeler, that might be a little slow, but at the same time, you don't have drawings. I mean, you're discovering what you're trying to do, if that makes any sense. So in the process of learning speeds, I don't think you're being slow at all. I mean, a lot of people don't understand is, professionals will whip out, models in 2 to 4 days. But when you see the beautiful renderings and every pore, I mean, some of these people spend months and months on this stuff, and they're fast. So don't view it in how many hours am I doing something in. The only time you have to worry about that is if it's billing hours, right? If you're billing for it, that's a different issue altogether. But I would say I wouldn't really start comparing myself with man hours just yet, if that makes any sense. Because especially since you're only getting input, well, now you can get it twice a week, but you're only getting input like once or twice a week. So then something's brought to your attention, then you redirect. I mean, you've changed direction on this probably 3 times now. And so I would say that I wouldn't get hung up on how much time you're spending on something. I would just put as much time as you feel comfortable in. And I mean, does this have a deadline? Are you, oh, I have to get it done by, Thursday or something like that? I don't think so. So I wouldn't even think about it in time right now, because once you get to the point where you can start to see the shapes and forms, and in a lot of ways you let the model dictate itself in some ways, I wouldn't stress about time, because I think there's this big mythology on how much time take. People are like, I made that in 2 hours. It's like, no, you didn't. Just stop. Just, no, you didn't. I mean, I could be a very fast sculptor, but I choose not to. I'd rather just explore. And I mean, I view it, luckily, most of the time I'm designing for myself, so it's never I don't really view things as time invested, because when I'm just fiddle fuddling, I have 2 or 3 projects going, and I'll hop from one until, I need to look at something else, and then I'll hop to it and I'll work on that. It's so funny, like the sugar skull ring, I think there are probably, my God, there are probably 10 versions of that are just a little different, and then I come back to it. ZBrush does something new, so I'll redo it a little. And then, it's like, I, yeah, I mean, unless you're working at a studio or something like that, or someplace that has, requirements on your time, I wouldn't stress about it, because right now you're exploring, learning, delving, it's not producing, if that makes sense. I think that when you get into production mindset, or when you get into production, it also changes how you do things. I mean, if you had a day to do this, you would have approached this a lot differently. I probably, so I don't think at this point, when you're just trying to develop a technique and develop a feel and develop your own vocabulary, so your work is your stuff, I wouldn't worry about time. Don't think
I
about it that
understand
way.
the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't even think it's valuable at this point,
The reason of the question was to get some time mark to keep in mind, not to try to stick it
Yeah,
without
no.
any adaptations, but to know
Well,
something.
I mean, it's like, I'd say, if I were working, I could probably get this done in,
2 days.
3 to 5 days, depending on what the final resolution and that final touch is. I'd say 3 to 5 days. But, it if I were doing this like you're doing this, I could easily spend a couple weeks on it, because I'm always going to be sitting in there and futzing with it and fiddling with it. And I mean, I find that therapy, you know what I mean? That's just good for my psyche. So I'm very rarely racing to get anything done. I mean, there are a handful of things that, that have timelines on and stuff, but for the most part, I would prefer to understand what I've done and take my time and figure it out. And I think if you're working for yourself, and let's say, because you have some wonderful sculptures here, right? Let's say you can find some place that'll produce these in resin prints for 85 to $100. So you're going to Kickstarter, and you're going to kickstart these at what, $350, right? And so I'd try that. And then at that point, who cares? You have your process, and you'll get going. And if you get known for it, you can kickstart a new piece every couple months, but then have your store as well, let the kickstart start the stuff and get it going. That's how those miniature companies did it. What was it? Hero Forge, I think they got almost $3 million on a Kickstarter. And they were just doing little ones first, and then they did the big one. And I think that big one was, I think they might have gone over 3 million. I know it was in that 2.5, 3 million range. And so, with COVID and stuff, and, just trying to produce stuff from your house, I think that I would just worry about making unique pieces and spend as much time as you can until you think it's done, unique and awesome, Because I think some of the paradigm shifts, or the paradigms are shifting in how business is done nowadays. And I think a lot more of it's coming home,
Mm-hmm.
And that's cool. It gives people like us a lot more power. So I would say you're killing it.
Thank you very much for the detailed explanation.
Of course.
Very nice.
Yeah. Anytime.
Thank you.
Of course. Ciao. So Henry, do we have any other ones? Or are we switching to Tengu?
Nope, we got one.
Woo! It is funny that we went from like having people all the time. I think we definitely. So this is. Oh no, that's not my. That's not my desktop. Files requested.
You had a screenshot image from a skull. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, is
Have you
that
shown
me?
any of you? Yeah, have you shown a skull today?
No. But is that from me or is that in the crit uploads?
No, I'm reading a comment. You had a screenshot image from a skull. Can you explain a bit how you did it? And I just don't remember you showing a skull on the stream.
I don't know. What skull did we show on the
I don't know. Fire the live stream.
Was it me? I mean, we can talk about how to make skulls. I mean, that's not. I'd be happy to go through that with you. I'm not quite sure what.
The skull was the thumbnail. Oh. What's we don't know what thumbnail Pixologic used for this.
Oh,
Hang on, I'll find the thumbnail.
okay. That's probably just one of the skull rings, I would assume.
It is skull ring. That is like a version before the lotus forehead.
Oh,
It's got sort of a teardrop on the forehead, but anyway, it's one of the skulls.
will you take a screenshot of it
Yeah.
and post it in Discord and we'll look at it? All right, so
Yeah.
load tool. I would be happy to go over that with you. Downloads. And yeah, Fatty, as soon as we're done with the critiques, I'll happily go over the model with you without a doubt. Because we're slow on critiques today, so we'll have time to do that. Okay.
Put a picture of it in the Twitch stream text channel.
Oh, in Discord. Okay. I'll look at it as soon as we're done with this.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that Jin's here.
They were unsure if they'd be able to make it,
Oh, okay.
so I don't know that they are actually.
All right. Okay. So the one thing I would say is be careful just initially, and I know you obviously haven't come down and worked on this much, so take this for what it is, right? You're like, you went to the one place I haven't started sculpting yet. I get it. Be real careful though about when you're getting here that you start sculpting on something that's a pretty sound base. And this is where remeshing, because these are dynameshes, and this is why I'm always talking about making sure you have a quad model, and why I like quad models, because as you start it here, you can see that you have some lumps that really don't tie much to the anatomy, if that makes any sense. There's sort of these lumps. We're going to duplicate this. I am going to Zremesh this. Yeah, Fatty, get on the Discord and then chat with us. All right.
That
What was that?
sounds so rude.
Fatty? Isn't that his name?
Yes. Just the way you say it.
What? Should I say it more distinctly? Well, Fatty. So normally instead of using Dynameshes, I want to use a quad mesh, and I'll show you why. So we're going to take this. We've just Zremeshed this, but it's at 191,000 points. Oh, I see I have 100 here. I'm going to turn on half. We're going to turn adaptive off, and we're going to hit Zremesher. Normally I'll type in 11.2 because that will evenly subdivide down to 700 polygons. Under normal circumstances, my base mesh, my desired base mesh is around 700 polygons. There are definitely times you just can't do that. There are times when you can't get under 8,000, if it has a lot of holes or a lot of punctures and stuff. But I usually try to get my models down to about 700 polygons because that allows me to have 8 or 9 subdivision levels. And I'll show you why that's advantageous. All right. Let's go. Yep, that's great. Okay, so now I'm going to divide this up. And, oh, hold on. Let's turn smooth off. Divide. We're at about 190. That's when I'll do my first projection. So we're going to go up here. This is your original model. I'm going to hit Control and tap that. And now that's my history state. So now when I come down here, I'm going to go project history. And this is going to project us back up to that original model. I'm going to divide this again. Divide this again. And I think we're pretty close. Surface. Boom. Boom. So that's your original model. This is the model that I've decimated and projected. Or I mean, Zremesh and projected. So why I say I like having the quad model, because when you're here, and this is your Dynamesh, right? Let's turn that on. It's your Dynamesh. I come in here and try to start to smooth these. This is a 800,000 poly Dynamesh, so it's going to be hard to get these things in a nice, smooth place where you can start actually targeting your anatomy and targeting your folds. But if I come here, I lower my resolution, lower my resolution, lower my resolution, I have a really low resolution. Let's kick this up to 0.05. Make my brush just a little bigger. It's fine. Hold that shift. And I'm just going to come in here and smooth this out a touch. I don't want to blast it because I don't want it to change too much. But I want that mesh smooth out just a bit. And I'm barely tapping this. And now I'm going to go up higher res. And now I can lean into it a little heavier. But you can see, oops. You can see without much effort, I can really relax my mesh and get it into a place that when I start to sculpt on it, or when you decide to start to sculpt on it, you have a lot of controllability on what you're doing, how you can relax the mesh. You can come in and put detail in it and then smooth it. And now you're at a higher res, and when you smooth, it's not really going to change the mesh dramatically. Oh, I want to change the mesh dramatically. I lower my res, and now I want to smooth this out some so it doesn't look like quite a ridge, right? And you can see that with your subdivision levels, you have complete control over your meshes. And that's, I'm a little control freak. That's something we're looking at. So I know that you hadn't gotten to the boots yet, but I want you to think about using subdivided quad meshes. So remesh your Dynameshes into a quad mesh that you can then get a low base model and then go up, subdivide it up. And that'll give you a lot more control when you start working on this later. It's going to keep a lot of your lumpiness. Because I notice you have some issues with some lumpy surfaces. This is going to help that a great deal. All right, so now let's get back in here. Okay. I like where you're going with some of that. I think your head's a little small. And once again, that might be a stylistic choice. But with her hands and her legs and her hips being so large, I think her head just reads a little small. And I'm not saying it's out of scale anatomically necessarily. I just think stylistically, at this point, it's just a wee bit small. Let's look at it. Let's not get her. Right. Unless you were trying to make it look like a very tiny head, I think I'd increase the head size a little. Your breasts and belly look good. I like your texturing. I like where you're going with the arms and such. I think that laying down the rhythm of the carapace stuff here now in your block up phase is good. Yeah, so I think that, you're at a great start. You're heading towards it good. I think that a couple things, even on this stuff, since this is, your arms do it a little better than the skirt. Since it is a carapace, instead of having things look a little floaty, I would probably give them scoops, edges, and some transitional edges so they look a little sharper instead of puffy. And like I said, I don't know how far you are on this, so if you're like, oh, I was about to do that, don't. That's cool. I'm just, get sort of that, like the carapace feel is a little harder, so it doesn't quite look like it's inflated, but it looks like, it's these scooped patterns intersecting, kind of getting hard surfaces. See how that looks harder, a little bit more carapacey than just a half round. So consider some stuff like that. I can see you're just starting here, but it's good because eventually these are going to have the texture, and that texture is what's going to separate it from the skin. So that's cool. I would still look for kind of thinking about the carapace stuff as sharper. Just get some edges into it. And I think it'll read harder, and that sells you that insect concept. But no, I think it's looking great. I don't know if the legs if that's a, you know, sort of a heading into a stylistic decision. But yeah, I think you're definitely on your way. It looks good. I like that her mouth is so wide. Good lip. Looking good, my friend. All right, Henry, where are we?
Let me just verify we don't have any more files.
Oh, we have to look at just cool. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, are we in public? Did you?
Yes.
Obviously.
You remember talking to Olga?
Yeah, no, right. Fine.
And the person who asked the question is in chat with you.
Hello, fatty.
Yeah, hello. I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope so.
I can.
That's amazing. Yeah, cool. So when I saw this, you have been using this in a screenshot, I think, for this event today. And when I looked at the skull, you know, when I look at the top surface, the technique you have been using, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
And yeah, I was really wondering how you do it and what brushes you use in order to get this. Especially what I noticed is when you look at the top surface of this thicker lines, they are kind of like they have kind of like a beveled shape and form.
Oh yeah.
And I tried to get it done with the new tool like the thick skin, but it's always flattening the top.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't quite sure how you have been doing this. So
I will
if
show
you
you.
like, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate
let's.
it,
Yeah, of course. So
my
let's.
master.
Well, I've been making skulls a while now. So here we're gonna go W. I'm gonna turn this into a cone. We're just gonna give it some geometry. Let's take that, sort tilt such.
Moss, do you know if that skull, do you recall its name or if it was saved with a particular name?
That's William Henry's skull.
Ah, got you.
So if you find like William Henry's skull bead or William Henry's skull ring,
Yeah.
that is you'll find. So let's take close enough spit on. Now let's just dive. Yeah. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the skulls because we're trying to get the surface texture, not the skull.
Yeah, that's amazing. Appreciate it. Absolutely.
I'm going to drop a link to the William Henry store in chat. Not putting that there so we get a sale or anything. We don't actually profit from the sale of this ring, but Tomas designed it. William Henry sells it, and you can see, a full 360 of the ring with this link.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
This is So we just got skull in. Okay.
You know, maybe while you're sculpting,
Mm-hmm.
uh, which looks also great to see how you block it out. I mean, that's amazing. I was also wondering if you're using a specific method then in order to render inside of ZBrush, because I figured out that the lighting setup and base materials and the whole composition, it can be very, very deep as well, a topic on its own.
Oh, without a question. I mean, we have an
Uh,
entire sections of it on the education platform. We have a rendering section, and so and that's just for the ZBrush. And I think we might have a basic keyshot video too. But it's incredibly deep. It's crazy.
yeah.
I mean, to be deadly honest, I'm not a big rendering fan for production because I think rendering provides things that you can never produce in life. And, it may look realistic, but it'll never look like the piece. And so I find that you can have things that, the part looks better than the rendering, but often you get people who are like, well, that's not what it looked like when you sold that to us. So I'm a little reticent of rendering, but when we started ZBrush Story Workshop, Eric is a very, very, very good renderer, and so he's bringing me back to rendering. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, it is.
but
It
for
is. It's interesting that, of course, the render techniques inside of ZBrush seem to be so different than what I know of from all the other offline ray tracers or real-time rendering engines
oh
right
yeah,
now.
well what I've
But it gives it a very unique touch. I have to say that's why I love ZBrush
yeah
as well, because it's just very overwhelming. I mean, I'm also a beginner. I'm a bloody rookie.
right.
But when I see what artists can knock out and what you're doing, it's like mind blowing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really,
exciting. Yeah, it really is
really,
actually.
yeah,
It's so fun. And that's where one of the reasons that I started the education platform and so cuz I can go get freelance work, But I found that like when we started when I do trade shows and you go to the summit and stuff, and it's one thing that I found that a lot of new people were getting is like, you see all this amazing stuff happening and no one's really telling you how to do it. You know what I mean? They're like, oh yeah, and so here, and then they'll show you the picture. It's like, no, that's not what you did. you know? And so that was one of the reasons I really wanted to do the education stuff, is to get it to where, people can actually start producing stuff fairly quickly and be happy about what they're making. Because as soon as you feel comfortable about making stuff, you'll start making stuff. And the
yes,
more you make stuff, the better your stuff gets. It's like,
yes. And I think also what you mentioned, I mean, there's also, you have this huge gap between your own art you would like to create and then the freelance work, because
yeah.
working for customers, you never satisfy them, or they always, come back with 100 different wishes
Oh yeah. No,
and
it's a nightmare.
variations. Yeah. And so it's definitely a complete different experience. And I think when you're a good tutor, which you obviously are, and so then you also get immediate feedback from your students saying like, you know what, you made me super happy because you explained something, and the process, doing then the process as well, right? When it's rewarding, right?
It is. And it's funny
Rewarding,
because,
yeah.
if you look at my early streams, it's me just sitting around sculpting and answering questions. And then, for my classes, I give critiques. And I was like, well, you know what? No one's doing critique stuff out here. So I was doing it once a month, and now it's basically all I do. We're probably going to go back to streaming me sculpting jewelry once a month, and then we'll leave the rest to critiques, because I do think it's sort of my responsibility to do some critiquing if I can. It's not really something. There are people out there that are doing it, but I think there are a lot of people out there that are doing some pretty bad critiquing, and I think that
Yeah.
well, I went to college. I'm trained in design, and so um I was taught how to look at stuff. I mean, almost my entire education was critique classes, and so it really teaches you to look at objects. And I think that there may be people who have a natural eye, but until you've gone to school and been reamed every week to where someone leaves crying, every week, I think that it gives you a different perspective on what critiques are and what they're used for. When you see critique being used as a very successful education tool, it really helps. I think it's a really invaluable process.
Yes. And there's a big difference between giving critique and feedback so somebody can learn also something, and just talking trash about somebody, right? So there's a huge
Right. Because, I mean, like, I'll critique models that I don't like, that I don't particularly find compelling as far as aesthetics and this and that. But that's my opinion about my taste in art, as opposed to, is this a well-designed object?
right.
And I
Yeah.
don't think people, I think that people get those two things,
Mixed up.
yeah, because I mean, there are things that I truly don't like that are brilliantly designed, and I mean,
Yeah.
art, cars, buildings, the whole shebang. It's all the same thing at the end of the day when it comes down to design. So here, the basic principle that you'll hear in every critique session I give, and any classes I give, this is the thing that I keep talking about, and that is breaking your forms down in layers, because it creates different planes of reflection. And so, like on this one, I'm not going to copy this pattern exactly, but I'll show you how we went about doing it. And so what do we have here? This kind of comes around like this. I have the point going up like that, and this comes and meets here. Okay.
I mean, so far it's impressive to see that you use basically also, if I can see this, the clay tubes brush.
It's all I use. I'm a clay tubes brush user. Almost like 90% of everything I do is in clay tubes.
Yeah. And see, what I was wondering is, when you use that brush, for example, the top surface, right, stays actually flat.
Yeah, it stays very
And
flat.
I was wondering if I was also looking in the brush settings, if there is an option where you can change that it's kind of like more beveled, like you have a top surface, it's a little bit thinner, and then, but, and when the thick brush came out, I felt like this tool is also epic. I don't
Yeah.
know, it's crazy. But I could not achieve that. Or let's say I tried it even today a couple times, and I was wondering, that's not the right approach or technique. So I was wondering how it was actually done.
Well, there's not a automated bevel tool in ZBrush yet. But what I do is, so I come in and I lay my patterns in, right? And so all I'm doing right now is I'm thinking about, how am I going to have this broken up spatially? I use clay tubes, and I use clay tubes at a low resolution, right? And that way I can come in and I can just figure out sort of what I want going on. So I'm like, okay, I know that
low intensity.
what did I say?
A low you
Oh,
said
yeah, yeah.
resolution.
Low intensity, high resolution. I use high res models with very low intensity brushes, right? You can
Are
see I'm
you-
using clay tubes at like 2% right here.
And what I didn't see at the beginning, are you using right now a Dynamesh or is it basically all subdivided poly?
This is, I think yeah, no, this is the subdiv. No, this is Dynamesh. I haven't subdivided it yet. Okay, good point. So
Crimes. You're doing crimes.
I
on
know I'm doing
screen.
crimes. You got me talking and I forgot a stage. So what I'm going to do at this point, before I start putting these lines and stuff in, I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to type in 11, turn adaptive off. I'm going to type in 11.2. And then I'm going to type in enter. And I'm going to Z-remesh this. And why 11.2 is, and see, I kind of screwed up because normally we want to do this when it's smooth, because I do not want the Z-remesher to start thinking about these shapes, right? And I'm going to Z-remesh this real quick so you can see what I mean, because it's important to understand this. So what Z-remesher is trying to do is replicate all of the detail, right? And now that I've come in here and I've kind of sculpted these shapes in here, you're going to see how Z-remesher is taking a little while, right?
Yeah.
What I want it to do is actually think of this as a simple solid, because I don't want geometry on my base model. Here, this is a perfect example. Turn this off. See how it put more geometry right here to get that to be there? I don't want those lines in there yet, right? Because this is now loading geometry someplace that I might later on decide I don't want that to be there. So before, let's delete that. Let's come back to you, and we are going to go back. Let's duplicate that just so we have. Let's come here. We are going to go back to before we did any of the drawing on the surface. Let's go back to where it smoothed this out. Okay, so now, and I would even come in and make sure this stuff is smooth. I want this to be as smooth as I can get it. And still be at the geometry level that I want to be at. So now we're going to smooth. Boop, boop, boop. And then we're going to take this target point, turn adaptive off, target points 11.2, not 11.
That is actually also interesting. I never really understood when you see remesh the point of like having the adaptive on or off, but it seems to be pretty important, right?
Right. So what adaptive does is it puts as much, it almost ignores the slider, right? Adaptive means it's going to look at how much geometry you need, or it thinks you need to get all of the detail in there, right? So it's going to try to get as much detail as it can in there. So now you can see here, see how much smoother that mesh is than our original one, right? Because there aren't those details. So now I'm at 18.2. I'm going to come over here, I'm going to half, and I'm going to Z-remesh. Half, Z-remesh, half, Z-remesh, half. So let's see if we go. There it is. And I had symmetry X turned on, so now it's symmetrical. I have 841 poly, so that's a good starting point. And now I'm just going to divide this up to 200,000 is a good first hit. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to hold down Control. I'm going to tap this square. There's a white block in the history. This is now our history state. I'm going to come back to this one, and I am now going to go project history. And you can see where our mesh is off. And so we're just going to come in here and we're going to smooth this out a little. And we're going to add, just fill some of this out, because when it's smooth, right, we lost some of those high and low points, right? These were high because I dug that in since then. I'm just going to dig that in. This needs a little fill up. And he's like, oh, but it's not just one hit wonder. You know, you can't just push the button once. You got to touch it again. You do. Get over it. You know? Yeah, guess what? It's more than a one button push, but it's worth taking the time because you can get back to your original model. And we now have very clean quad geometry. And so we're just going to fill some of this up a little.
But actually, usually you would start anyways without the details, right? At
Right.
the beginning. It was just because I was talking to you and
Yeah, and I
yeah.
totally pork to push. But I'll often, you know, let's say we used a lot of snake hooks on this, so we distorted the mesh. I remesh all the time. I can remesh, Z-remesh a full model, I mean, 5-10 times during, it depends on what I'm doing that is what I'm doing when I destroy my quad model, right? And so now we'll just project history again. Fill that in. Hold on. This is set really. Let's use click. Come in. Give this a little bit. Give that a bit. Give that a little bit. A little bit. Knock that back. Now, Joe has a plugin called So Much ZBrush, where this is a one-button process. You still have to do this if you're going as low as I go. Like, you could remesh this at 1,000 and you wouldn't have to do this because there's enough geometry there. But I go all the way back down to 700, so I can have 8 to 9 subdivision levels when I actually start working on my model. And that gives me like complete control over that model. So,
That
you know,
makes sense.
I don't mind spending time, and you can see, there we go. Now we're back to where we were. And now I'm going to divide this up. And you can see we're at 7 subdivisions. Let's do 8. What's that put it? 13. Okay, that's fine. So this is how I can do flat surfaces and all my bevels and stuff, because I'm using my brush on high resolution models, but I'm using my brushes at very low resolution. The more geometry you have, the less intensity you need on your brushes.
Okay.
And so now we're here. Go back to clay tubes. Z intensity 2, you can see. And
For
now
instance, the subdivision, how many polygons you have?
13 million.
13.7 million. Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 13.7.
And the intensity you have.
I have 2.
Wow.
My Z
okay.
intensity is 2.
Okay.
Now I also my roll density. So turn lazy mouse on. I have my lazy step set to 003. My lazy smooth is at 8. My roll distance is 10. My lazy radius is 30. Once you get this set, turn it off. But it still remembers that information when you're laying materials down, and that keeps you from getting that chatter. It makes your brushes really smooth. Also, because I'm doing this at such a low resolution, I don't get so much of that brush hop and that brush distortion when we're doing it. So now you can see I just come in and I lay this in. I'm not going to worry about my bevels just yet. And now I hit 1. And that makes the stroke repeat. And you can see now I've just made that much thicker coming off. And instead of using a thick brush to get there, I used a thin brush and just hit one a couple times, and it gives me the thickness without the distortion. And yeah, these tools are super exciting stuff here. And we're going to do that. And so now you can see that we have that as a line. Now this part is high, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do the same thing, decide where that starts, and I'm just going to come in. You'll notice that I'm not lifting my brush. I'm just trying to get a nice, even, flowing stroke. And then we're going to hit one a couple times. And you can see that it's repeating that stroke. That gives me that line thickness and keeps everything very flat. As long as my stroke's flat, it's going to keep that flat. And we come in with SK Trim Polish, and I'm just going to make it flat now. So the next thing I'm going to do, how I'm generating, because I know that I want this to be a high level and this is kind of going in, I'm going to bevel this face. Now, I'm not really beveling, I'm just creating a new reflection face, right? Now, this is too soft for that stroke, right? So I'm going to kick my intensity up to maybe 4 or 5, whatever that. And that gives me a little bit more fill. And I'm literally just stroking in a bevel. Right? You can see that I'm coming up over the lip a little.
I mean, one thing I noticed from the reference image, that it looks like the center piece of the top of the surface, what you basically added, has kind of like this little, I don't know how you want to say that, but it's a bulgy kind of like, so the top surface is not flat. It's
Right,
kind
right,
of like
right.
lift.
No,
Yeah.
no, trust me. Yeah, we'll get there. So I'm going to come in.
Impatient students.
No, it's okay. So why I do everything as flat as possible to begin with is because it allows me to define where these edges are, right? It allows me to figure out where I want this stuff. So we're there. And now let's just quickly run through and get these other two shapes in. So we have that shape a little bit more like this. And then we have something that's doing something like that. Right? And so we now have this sort of setup. I know that this is a pretty simple surface, so I'm just going to come in here and stroke a layer in. And what I'm doing is I'm making that level different than this level, right? Oh, where's soft sort? Where is control? So I'm making this, right? I'm stroking like this. And so I'm thickening it up to be a different layer. I'm starting with the one in the back. And what this is doing is when I'm stroking this, it is changing the direction from the one below it, right? Because I'm not going to stroke this perfectly flat, right? It's heavier in one place and softer in another and da-da-da-da. So that is now a different reflecting surface. And so let's go to gold. And you can see that, it's a slightly different direction. They don't reflect necessarily as one space. There's a little difference to it. You see what I mean? This is reflecting as one surface. We've now changed that surface just a touch.
Yeah.
So now,
Because first I thought like maybe I was wondering if you have been using then masking with poly painting or something like this. But
nope,
it doesn't
I'm
look
doing
like
exactly this.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm just thinking of things in layers. So we've now just kind of done this. And you can do this with poly paint, right? I mean, you can drag this out, remesh and da-da-da. It's fine. Sometimes I do. And there are some really, really cool poly paint tools that I don't think I have it installed version. There's a plugin called Easy Extract. I think. Hold on. Let me look.
I actually found the ZPR for this file. It
Cool.
might be ZTL, but anyway, I found this file, and you made it in. Well, the final version was done in 2014. So whatever tools you were using
Are completely
was
different than what we have.
7 years old. Yeah.
Yep, which means I was using clay brush, clay tubes, and what is it called? Plugin. ZBrush plugin. Thought it was easy extract.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Easy.
I mean, do you think for those lines, what I have seen, the new thick skin seems like very promising. I mean,
It
it's
does.
an amazing tool.
Oh no, thick skin is an amazing tool.
But it wouldn't be your first choice for this technique, right?
It could be. I just don't particularly like perfectly flat surfaces for things like this, right? I want some variance. And so, but like the sugar skull, where that was just those flat pattern, easy remesh. Thank you. Remesh. So there's this, there's a plugin called Easy Remesh. And what's awesome about it is that you take paint, right? And it's using the polygroup plugin, polygroup it. But all you do is you draw your division lines on it, and it breaks it up into really beautiful division. It's a really good, it's a cool thing if you're trying to break stuff up, and you can draw a pattern on, and then you could turn it into a different polygroup and then extract that, and it gives you a lot of surface control. It's really awesome. I use it quite a bit. It's just not in this version of the ZBrush that I have up right now. But you asked how I did this one, so I'm just going to show you quick here. We then came back through, and I did the edges again, and then you just tap one a couple times. There we go. Now we have a nice sort of thick edge. Come in here. One a couple times. And you can see the more you hit it, the wonkier it gets, right? And so that's the same thing that's happening when you're using a brush, right? Or when you're using a brush that's really jacked up to a high resolution or high intensity. And so I'm just thinking about these in layers again. I'm going to come here, get this to be in front of that layer. And I do a lot of this cross stroking because it actually keeps lines from getting lumpy when you cross against it. I know it seems counterintuitive, but it does. So we're just going to cross stroke that up. We're going to get the belly in there because there was sort of like Jimmy. Yep. And then your line. Oop, hit one. Right. And that's how I start going about it. And then, you know, I put heavy lines. I think I use. Wait, I just use honestly. Or maybe inflate. And we lay these in. Oh, I probably use actually. Let's kick that up. Vocal harder. Let's give it an alpha. Wow, cats are fighting. And turn that intensity down quite. I have my sliding door open because it's not hot. And so, you know, I drew these lines in, and you can see by these being a consistent layer, it draws that whole surface up and off that back surface, and you get, you know, a secondary surface. Then you go in, draw your lines.
What's the current brush you're using? The Form Soft brush?
Yeah, exactly. with a square alpha. It's still, it's too high. It's too strong. But now
But
this
I
is
get
one
the
that works
point.
well with thick skin, actually.
Yeah.
Not too much. But you see it, I mean, it's nice, but, you know, it makes things super flat. And with things being super flat, that's going to reflect as one plane. Where if they have the roundness to them, it makes it a visual, it makes it reflectivity complicated. It makes the reflectivity complicated.
Right.
And
To catch the specular highlights.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
you have the flat, surface then.
Right, because you can see the difference between that being a flat surface and then this being a flat surface. That's actually not flat, right? It has a slight bow to it. You see what I mean? Compare this surface to that surface. There's a little bit of bow to that surface. And then I probably came through either with Inflate or Clay Soft, and I lofted one side. Got a little bit of a lump where I wanted it. And then use clay fill and come back in and just fill the dent with clay fill. And that way you're really controlling where that specular rollover is, right?
Oh, here comes the magic. Right. So you're using for the inner line right now, for this, you're using a clay fill brush.
Yeah. So if I know that, like if I want it to read round, well, I'm not going to put the dome in the center of the part, right? I want it to be off. And then that way it gives me a much better reflective story, right? So I'm going to take Inflate, and here we'll even do it more like an S curve here, right? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to make this, let's turn this up just a touch. And let's turn lazy map. And we're going to give it some, because I want you to be able to see this. So we want static. So I'm going to actually have it shift direction, right? Because I want the reflectivity of this to be interesting. So we're going to change directions. So now I'm really...
When you say change directions, what do you actually...
So I'm not running up the center, right? You see how I have that? I want this highlight to have travel to it.
Oh, okay.
See,
okay,
so that's my edge there, but we've shifted, right? And here's my edge here. So I want that highlight that's created by the dome to travel. I don't want it to be dead center or on one lip on this. I want it to have travel. And so, you know, I shifted it around, right? You can see how it shifts on the plane, right? So now we're going to come in here. And I'm just taking clay fill, SK clay fill, which is Sakura Kaku's brushes. And Henry will put a link in there. And then I'll come in here and fill it. And I'm going to fill that. And I'm making this obviously fairly dramatic compared to the other one, but I think this is what you were asking.
Yes. Yeah. Now you're building it up to this
right?
beveled. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where it looks like, wow.
Right, and that's
because I thought, I thought first maybe there is something in the brush settings where you can create this profile or something like this. So when you know, but it definitely looks like you do everything with your layer-based thinking, and then
yeah.
you add one after
Keep
the
it
next.
simple,
Right?
you know.
Mhm.
And there's some new tools and new brushes. You know, ZBrush evolves every day, and I could be changing all this tomorrow. You know, but no matter what the new tools are, this is how I think about models, and this is why, you know, they come across as successful three-dimensional objects most of the time, because, well, one, I'll do them over and over until I like them, right? But two, just thinking, I think because people render so much, they forget to think about things reflectively, right? where it's like, how is light going to interact with this object? And that's from, you know, D&D miniatures to buildings. You know, when you get it,
Basically, yeah, to sculpt and form shape definition,
yeah,
so to speak, right?
yeah, exactly. Because no matter what you're doing, if you're bringing it, well, even in the computer, it's just you have control over your light in the computer. But, you know, you got to remember that we're really sculpting in light.
Right.
How are we going to control how this surface interacts with light? And that is what allows you to come in and really tune forms to do what you want them to do as objects. And
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, the only thing I was able to see is with this example as well, I wasn't sure because it looked like the image I sent you, it had like maybe two different materials on it. Like it almost looks like there's a gray material as a base, and then everything else that looks like is extruded, right? Like it's the top surface. It's just using a different material.
oh,
But
that
then,
I think that's just best possible render. That gray is just me hitting BPR at best, and you get that gray. See?
oh, so you mean, oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Now, Henry, did you find the model? Where did you put it?
I didn't put it, but I have it. You want me to put it?
Yeah, I just want to show him the actual model so he can see actually what's going on. Because we haven't uploaded any other crit files, so we might.
Yeah, there are crit files.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a perfect time to put in a ZPR because I don't have them downloaded. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that was super cool already. I mean, what else can I say then? Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. This is amazing.
Yeah, we're going to open up that model and look at it real quick. So you can
Yeah.
actually, instead of seeing it here, you can actually look at the real model in 3D.
Yeah, awesome.
2 minutes.
Yeah, everything I do is really based on layers. You know, I think thinking of things in layers create much better sculpture, you know,
Isn't there
because
actually doesn't have ZBrush also like a layer already? I didn't dive into this, but maybe I'm mixing it up with
a
something
little
right
bit.
now.
Yeah, there's a layer brush, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about, so most people approach sculpting, they'll pull, I don't use Damian Standard, I use Orb Cracks, but you know, they're going to get Damian Standard and they're going to come in here and they're going to like, okay, so I know that the orbital bone comes in here and does this, and now it kind of does that. And, you know, they're probably going to smooth it off, and then they're going to come in and do this. And then when they have, you know, a pocket, they're going to sculpt it like this. And they're drawing into the surface. The problem with that is it's still one surface. So when you get your reflectivity, right, it's going to reflect as one surface, right? Where if you do it like this and think about it more as layers, so if you just pull it out straight, it's just going to be a surface. But if you pull it out and change this angle down like this, and now we're going to do our, like, for a second, we're going to do you like this. Change this up and tilt it to the left. And then, you know, so now instead of that looking like one surface, right, we're not just getting that right reflection all the way across. At different angles, you get different brightnesses. And this is what creates visual interest, right? Because, you know, this is grayed out and it's going to dark. This is hot, going to dark. You know, this is hot. This is less hot. This is dark. You get a little hot here, right? So instead of it just being drawn on the surface, when you think of things as reflective layers and you shuffle them up a little bit, you get much more complex reflection stories, right? And you'll hear me say that a lot. It's just, what is it that you're trying to sell, right? And so I'm trying to tell you that these are different things. They're not sitting on the same plane. They're not the same layer. And by doing that, I'm creating interesting reflection stories which sell dimensionality, and that dimensionality sells visual interest. So instead of coming in here and just drawing that stuff on, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use clay tubes because it allows me to create edges, right? And I'm going to do this. I'm creating that edge. So I'm drawing with the outside edge of my brush, right? And so
Right,
now when I
and-
come in
and
here,
in total, you can say that you create much more depth.
yeah, because
and-
we are creating depth, and we're
Right.
changing the angles of the reflection, right?
Right.
And so you can see that I've now created, just by building it with my strokes instead of cutting it in, I've created something that, that's very clearly a definition. And that's not just a line, that's actually there. That is a different reflection story. And so now I'm going to
Right.
come in here and I'm going to overstroke that.
And then you get more depth. You can basically create then like on the border again, like I don't want to call it maybe extrusion, but like
Yeah.
another shape definition. Yeah, that's cool.
Right. And now, and the thing is that, do a download. Is it up in, is it in Dropbox or where is it?
Yeah, I put it in the Pixel folder.
Okay. So,
So you can download it and everyone's models all at the same time.
okay.
Oh, is it? Do we find the link then on Discord or to download?
No, you can't download this.
Oh, okay.
No, this piece is owned by William Henry for sale in their jewelry store.
Yeah.
Ah,
This one isn't mine.
I mean, you made it, but
Yeah. I designed it and I did it for them. Because oh, it's a ZTL. Okay. So you can see that these are all just different layers. And these are tiny. I mean, this is 8 mil.
huh, yeah, but it looks amazing.
And so here's the
Yeah.
actual part. Where's ArtStation?
the other subtool is the ring version of it. This is the bead cap version.
So that's the actual part. So these black beads are 8mm beads. And you can see that, that's 12 mil thick. And I think it's 14 mil tall. And I mean, that resolution really shows up well.
Yeah, wow.
Right? There's the bead.
Yeah, that's amazing. It looks fantastic. It is great. I mean, it's a great piece of artwork, and like everything else, then it's beautiful. That's nice.
Yeah, and it just comes down to, on this one, I did this a little more than I normally would. Like you can see that I did actually put a division ridge here. And that's because at 8 mil, I wanted this to actually feel a little more separated. So if you want the surface to feel separated, I will put lines in, but they were constructed as layers. And then I'm just putting that line in to punch those details a little when it's this small, So
What is interesting to see is actually when you zoomed in like right now and we see all the details, that because like from the rendered picture, what I saw, it looks like when you're more far away, it's like machine
yeah.
stanced, but it's still handcrafted,
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
which is amazing, right?
Well, I think that what I found is if you use things that are perfect, right? And that's like, I think that the thick skin has some awesome usages, right? But if you notice, my surfaces aren't level to one another. They're very hand carved, and that's really a style that I push and was very aggressive with and still am, because 99.9% of people in the jewelry industry are using Rhino, you know, and so it's CAD, so it's perfect.
Right.
And my surfaces aren't perfect, and it makes them so much more visually compelling because because ZBrush allows me to sculpt in symmetry, your brain sees symmetry. It sees perfect symmetry.
Right. The
But
symmetry is the key also to feel like, wow, it looks like, yeah, it's cool.
yeah,
And then there's one more thing what I notice here on the bottom surface of the skull, right? You have this pattern it seems like a repetitive pattern, but how did you apply that? Is this kind of like a procedural brush, or
no, it's just me
is it?
stroking. It's just me masking it out and stroking.
Oh wow.
And like I said, as ZBrush develops, some of these tools are going to become easier to use and be more interesting. But it's I think that by using tools that seem more machined or mechanical, yet doing them by hand, it just creates a visual interest that you can't get in CAD. At least I don't feel you can. I mean, but I was a physical sculptor forever, so that was sort of my
Yeah.
thing. So it was
Exactly, but that's also the fun, because for instance, when you use Rhino and you have then all those NURBS and the curves and splines, and that's the only thing how you can do artwork.
yeah.
I don't like that. That's why I love ZBrush. I mean, I have to say, I'm just a bloody rookie. I'm really a beginner in ZBrush, and it's overwhelming because you have so many different tools. You really need time to learn, I guess, also the tools
Oh, and
and
it's
everything.
crazy because every upgrade adds something. They're like,
Yeah,
that's the one
it's
thing you got to give the
powerful.
development team of Pixologic, man. It's incredible, all of the stuff. I mean, most people, an update is just a little thing, right? They're like, oh, we changed the icon color and now you can import FBX, and that's an upgrade, and you have to pay $1,200 for it. No, I mean, every upgrade ZBrush does, I have to completely rethink how I do a bunch of our stuff. The upgrades are impressive. And
Yeah,
tomorrow
yeah.
they're doing the stream of the partial update, I think.
Tomorrow at 11, 2021.7.
Yeah. Watch it.
Cool.
It's impressive. All right, I think we've downloaded this stuff, so let's go to that. Oh, someone has a
You
ZP.
might want to, yeah, someone has a ZPR. You might want to put Sean's in first.
Yeah. Sean, if your environment sucks, I'm gonna no.
Would you actually also say that you should aim for a limit with the polygon count? I mean,
No.
definitely the no.
I have 100 million poly models. I mean, I have
Yeah, but
100 million poly subtools, right? Where one layer of my subtool is 100 million polys. I make monstrous models. The decimation tools are so good that that I don't worry about my model size. The problem with what we're doing, right, is when you have what's that? Sorry, I don't like working against black. Let me see. This is the problem with bringing Euro's environments in the ZPRs. You kill me. One sec here. Document. Let's change 0. Change that to 0. 0. It's dark purple, so I can see my edges. And now we start bringing in.
ZTLs.
Yeah, that one. Where'd they go? Didn't I just download them?
Yeah. Are they in
Is it this one?
same download folder? Yeah.
Give it to me.
One important part of that last question, though,
Sorry.
don't send your caster a 20 gig. Like when you send it to your caster, don't send 100 million points.
No,
Decimate
no,
it.
no, no, no. Decimate. I try to shoot to get everything at 1 million polys. I've sent some models up to like 3 million polys, and pretty much any machine these days should be able to handle that. But I find that if you keep your models as low as you can, it just makes it easier to. No? Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know what I just did. Something just got weird here. Let's go to a explore. Let's go to down. Is okay. No. Yeah. Oh, it brought everything. Okay, so it was, sorry, one sec. I'm myopic. I can't multitask in any way, shape, or form. So it's like start. Great. Damn it, Jim. Trina Crockeye. Is that everybody? Sean, Trina, and Honey?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
Honey's
right.
up first.
What's that?
Honey up first.
Okay. And
Yeah,
that,
and thank you very much for going through the skull example. I
yeah, of
really
course.
appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I would say work in as high a geometry as you can without your machine, bogging down. Because the higher the res you work with, as long as you have subdivisions, the higher the res you work with, the more subtle you can be with your brushing, right? I mean, just think about it. It's like, you know, if you're trying to make a sand sculpture, if your sand is the size of golf balls, you can only make so detailed a sculpt, right? And since we physically need these objects to be, some of my steps are like 1/10 of a millimeter. And if you have a high enough res, you can give that edge enough fidelity that it'll hold up during the decimation and in turn it'll hold up in the print. So I tend to work with big models. All right, what do we have here?
Yeah, makes sense. Yes.
Some Chinese dragon ring. Okay, so let's take this out. Look at what we. Let's see. Cut that out. All right, so that's cool. Cutting out's fine. Just remember that you are creating really sharp edges here, right? So I tend to come in and bevel that edge, just give it a round stroke. So I would Boolean this and then come in and work with your edges. And now this is actually a good example of the difference of what we were just talking about in the sense of drawing your detail as opposed to sculpting your detail in. The thing that your scales are sort of turning into chatter as opposed to a defined scale pattern. And that's because you have just drawn the lines in. You haven't created the tiles that happen in scales. So instead of just drawing the lines in, come in here and think about these as physical objects. And so we're just going to smooth this little area out right here. And I'm going to do this as, what do we have? 5 mil.
Hi. I was wondering if you have my voice.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
For the scales, I just did a UV and morphed it and put alpha UVs on it.
Sure.
Dragged alpha UVs on it, and then masked it out and inflate it. I was searching for a way to do these scales in such a faster manner, not to um, do them all by hand.
Right. Well, I
Uh,
would still say I would create your own alpha. Do you know how to do that? Do you know how to make a 3D alpha or a vector displacement map of EDM?
no, not completely.
Okay.
I'm still learning it, and
Yeah, no.
I didn't.
That's all good. So what in here, let's actually do this. I'm up here. Let's just do a cylinder. So we're going to plane, duplicate, W, cylinder. And there are a few ways of going about putting it on, but I just want to get you, let's divide that up so we have some geometry. And let's come here. Come here. This up. Okay. So we're taking this flat plane. And I'm just going to come in and I'm going to start scale pattern. And you can do this where you make one scale and then copy it and repeat it, you know. But I'm just going to do this quickly by hand. Scale. Scale. Your scale. And then you can make it where it repeats into its own pattern. So that's going to come in. They build up, and I'm just going to give myself a sharp edge here, here. And normally you would do this, a little bit more of this, cut it in half, mirror it and bring it together, and that way it's tileable. You know what I mean? Do you know how to make tileable patterns?
Uh, yeah, you have to keep the patterns repeatable.
Right. And
Uh,
all you do is you would do more of these and then
yeah.
cut it into quads and reassemble it so the outside edges match. But that's slightly more time consuming process than I really want to go into at the moment. So
Yeah.
you have this, right? And I would tend
Yes.
to go ahead. Go ahead. Were you saying something?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something. I'm sorry. I thought I was talking over you.
No.
And then let's kick these a little. Now, normally I would do one of these scales and then drag these scales on so they're actually matching and they're diving and you have good depth and all of that nonsense. But I just want to get a point across here. So now you've come in here and you've created your super cool, sexy dragon scales. So you can get really nice forms, get them to be where you want them. And all you have to do is come over here, brush, and go create and create from mesh. So create multi-alpha brush. Oh, it's thinking. Oh, it's because it's 16 million polys. Sorry. Are you killing? Did I kill it? Yeah. It doesn't like big alphas. It's been choking it. Boop. Let's try that again. Oh. Yeah. Right. Yay, RAM. And look, it's all shiny now. You can see all the RAM. All right, so let us come in here. Back to blue. So change document color.
Did you crash when I stepped away?
Yeah.
Dang.
It didn't like a 16 million poly multi-alpha brush. It was like, nope.
Oh, I wonder why.
I forgot. Sorry, I was up there, wasn't paying attention. Download. So tool. Was there not another one? Oh, that's the one we brought in. Okay. Let's go back to you. Boop. All right. So let's do this. Let's go in. Subtool. Append. No, we need to append a star. The color's really weird me out. All right, so let's go here. You're going to go plain. Fine. And I'm going to make this long. No, we don't need to make this one long. Duplicate. We'll make that one long. Here, we are going to make a scale. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the shape. That's 16,000. It's not what I divide. I need more resolution. Why is it? We'll do 1 mil. Turn symmetry on. Turn our focus shift up sharp. First thing I'm going to do is this. W. Pull this out. Twist it. Because I want that to be the below the surface. And now let's turn it up a little so some rough. Let's give it. Let's change the shape of it. I want this hanging over. Fold. We now have a dragon scale. Soften. And we are now going brush, create a nano mesh brush. Create an insert mesh brush first. Since I'm not adding this to create insert multi-mesh brush. All right, we have our insert multi-mesh brush. And now we're going here, select it. Yep. So now we are going to go brush. Go a multi-alpha brush. Okay, so now we have this alpha brush. I'm going to come here and oh, this is only 16,000. Okay, I'm going to make why is that not? Oh. I want that brush. Okay, but here we're just gonna, so normally what you could do is take these in, lay your brushes in, but for some reason there's a step in my brush, and so every time I lay it on it's coming in higher. Okay, that's super frustrating. Okay, here. Sorry. When you're doing it, you gotta have to be a little bit of attention, or you can do things like that, and then it just becomes, you have to make sure it's on plane. And I must have moved it, but let's turn that up. Turn the square on. And I'm just going to do this quickly. Quickly, you're like, dude, all I had was a question. You're killing me over here. Yeah, I just want to.
I just had the same problems with the alpha multi-layer brush and VDMs, uh, and I couldn't lay them out, so I decided to use the UVs
Yeah.
until I get to know how to do that.
Well, I wanted
And
to.
I also use nanomeshes. I tried to use nanomeshes, and I had the form and Zremeshed multiple times on half to get a few polygons to put nanomesh on.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work as well.
Yeah, no.
It worked.
I'm going to show you. I wanted to get multiple layouts here so I could show you this, but this is going to be a sloppy brush. But you get your insert mesh brush, your insert multi-mesh. What do they call it? It's called, they changed it from VPN to multi-alpha brush. And that's just a 3-dimensional alpha, right? So it can have overhangs. And then you get it, you come in and you get these little overhangs on your tips, right? So you have these really nice scales that are going over and under. And if you want, I'd be happy to show you this. If you're still around, you know, we have a few more crit models, but we can go into this later if you want. and actually do. You have to make sure that it's flat, and you have to make sure it's a lot of things. But what I wanted to show you, have you ever used the Extractor brush?
Extractor brush. No, I haven't used it.
Okay,
And
so
about the crit sessions, I watch it every week till the end.
oh, okay,
I'm
cool.
just a
So
fan.
when we're done, I'll kind of go over it with you. I just wanted to. So Extractor.
What do you think it's going to take?
I'm trying to figure out what the. I can't remember. Is it M? What is it that makes it go?
Oh,
I always forget. Does someone know what button you hit to make Extractor record? I can't.
how do extractor brushes work?
I'm so bad because I just can't remember. Like when I'm using it, I remember it great, and then like I love the Extractor brush, but
G.
G. See, I was sitting there trying to push M. Jesus. Okay, so you want to get your pattern on the focal shift of your show you. I just want to change my brush scale. And so whatever your focal shift is, you want the edges of your pattern to be on the edges of your focal shift. And you want to give it, you don't want it at 100 because you want some softness there. And remember that when you hit G, right, you'll get this straight line. That's hold it, and that straight line is where it starts, and then the straight line is where it ends. And now it's going to process this brush. And why I say you might want to look into Extractor, because it's pretty good for laying on scales in a loose, quick way. And I have a bunch of cards that have patterns on them for Extractor. So I just pull out my scale pattern, throw it, shoot, drop it. And then you get, oh, does this have, no, it's a new thing. And so now we come in here and we go to our Extractor brush. That. Oh, you're killing me. I hate when I demo and crap in it. Hold on. Let's turn our history on to here. This might be. Because now that there's history, you gotta be careful about it. Okay, so there. G. Board. Why do I only have one scale? One more time. Oh, because that was just the last history state. One sec. Yeah, see, it's tied to your history states now. So we have to go back to our first. Because is it record stroke? Shouldn't be here. Here. Come on. Okay. We're here. Our history's here. Gonna hit G. Stroke across this. process. I know, I can't, it kills me. Actually, I think I demoed this in my ZBrush master video. Okay, see here, so we have all our scales now. So now you come in like this, and then what's nice about this brush is that it's pressure sensitive and it changes the scale. So you can come in and change your scales and get them to lay in. Now, obviously, I didn't go all the way across, right? So the full width, you want to do a cube so it'll record the whole cube of the pattern. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. Tile it. It's about tiling. All right.
Yeah, it's about where you start and where you end. Hold on, let me just do a. Let's just do this real fast so it's. This. It's not like it's one square. Did I completely just trash my clay tubes? Is that giving me my tubes back? Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're gonna go. So now we have pretty much a square, right? So now, extractor, make your brush smaller, hold down, hit G. I'm going to start at the tip of this edge, right? And then we're going to come down, and we're actually going to stop at the tip of this edge. And now when it builds this, it should build this at a fully pseudo repeat. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll give you a slightly better. You can do it. And so now when you come in, and if you want it to be smaller on the outside edge, you know, it's smaller. And if you make these a repeating tile, you just have to start in the same place, right? But what's nice about this is it allows you to make bigger, deeper ones on the back, come in and make them smaller as you go around. And this is a really nice way to lay in patterns. Now, my focal shift was really close. Because this goes all the way out to the edge, I would make my focal shift softer. And what's that going to, that's going to blur that outside edge out. So you won't get that sharp line, and then you can lay them in, you know, you can lay them in a little nicer. And it's cool because you can lay it on a bent tube, right? You can just stroke it in, and you're stroking in the rhythm and pattern. So I find that for what you did there, this is probably a better bet for laying in tiles because you're going to be able to get, you know, a dimensionality that you wouldn't be able to get out of your model. Does that make sense?
It was a savior.
Yeah.
I think once and for all, I can lay these scales. I've been having problem with these
Scales are
for
always
such a long
tricky because you're always looking for a shortcut to do them. And then you you're always looking for a shortcut, and then you spend 3 times as much time trying to develop the shortcut than you do the actual part. It's just always a nightmare.
Yeah,
But
complete nightmare.
let's do and a star real quick. Go to that star. W, we are cylinder on, and we are going to Dynamesh it because I don't want geometry now. I would never suggest doing that, but we're going to do it right now. We're going to go bend curve, bunch curve. Here we're going to go. So now this is no longer, you know, easy patterns. This is a big swoopy doopy pattern. And so you can come in. We're going to accept this. Hit Q. You're going to, yeah, we'll deal with lines. Dynamesh it one more time. Just make sure there was no stretching. And now we go back to our extractor brush, and you can see how easy it is to come in and go with the pattern, and then come in and if you want it to be smaller on the outside edges, you just push softer. You can make your brush smaller, and you can then make your brush a little bigger, and you can scale them in however you want. And if you spend the time, what's that?
I said it's super easy. It's
Yeah.
much easier than what I've done.
And the thing is as long as your original, spend the time and make that initial rectangle high res, sculpt the scales really nice, get the overlaps really nice, and then just if you spent, let's say, 4 hours on it, right? Well, then you have it forever. You save it under a thing, and then you have these extractor patterns that you can come back in. And let's say you have lizard skin too. So, you put lizard skin here, and then you have the belly tiles, and now you come back in and put the belly tiles in. So, it's just a really good way of developing a little library of patterns that you can then just come in and lay them in. But I find that for really fast scale placement, this is a good one.
Sure.
So I would say that's probably your best bet. Spend some time, make a really good scale plate, or a texture plate. Do a belly texture plate, and then just lay them in.
Yeah, sure. I completely get it, and I have to just work with it and figure it out.
Yeah, and just make sure it's tileable. In this, when you get your plate done, right, when you have your plate, give it some thickness, which is super easy now, right? Because you don't want this to be a flat plate. It freaks it out some. So just turn dynamic on, apply a little bit of thickness. It doesn't have to be much. Push apply. And now that's no longer a plate. It actually has thickness to it, right? And then
Yes.
you want to find whatever that repeating point is. And here, let's just duplicate this. The easiest way to do it is if you go W, you're going to bring this in. We're going to make a polycube. Just give it some geometry. W. No, we have to turn this guy on. Oh, this is all on the same thing. Hold on. Split masked. I didn't duplicate, sorry. Split mask points. Or show part. What are you saying is happening? Split the parts. Did I lose? Oh, I've already done it. Hide this. Okay. So we have this guy. We're duplicating it. So we have 2 parts. And now we turn this on. Let's turn all C. Those three parts are on. New folder. Yes, you want all of them to wind up with a folder. We're going to call it repeating or tileable scale. And so now all those parts are in this folder. See, it worked, Henry. He was like, that never works. It works. So now we're going to make this our cutting tool. We're just going to make it wider and longer. And come right here. I usually find like the center part of a scale. And now we go turn this on. So this one will be cut. We're going to turn this one on. And we're going to say that's hide this. And that is going to be Boolean cut. Boolean folder. Come on, you. Taking it sweet old time. I did apply that. I did. If you don't apply, it gets squirrely. And these yeah. Watch tomorrow's stream. Well, is that a huge model? Under? You can add it as noise. The only problem with adding it as noise is unless you sit down and break your UVs up, you get bizarro scaling patterns going around the outside edges. So if you have something that's already pre-posed, noise doesn't really work well for scales unless it's straight on. Or unless you go through, break up your UVs and all of that. I find that this, if you actually make a nice tileable pattern, it reads, it just becomes a much more useful tool because you have it and you can apply it to a bunch of different things. Did that even do it? It didn't cut it, for God's sake. Okay, so just oh, they weren't turned on visible. Okay, whatever. So you Boolean one, you intersect the other, right? And then you just take them, you split them, and you move the one to the outside edge, you move the one to the other, and then you just fill in those, and you know that they're going to tile. And then when you make that tileable pattern, just make sure that you have room on the top and the back end so you can stroke through. Because the one thing you want to do when you're recording this is have a nice straight line there that you're starting on. Right? And then right, you start there and you see the line. And then you want to come down and you want to end on the line. And then that way you know that that's where that pattern begins and ends. So in turn, you now know that you have a pattern that will tile and, you know, will be nice and smooth. Because see, this one had the space in it because we record it through. And you could see, because that's a negative or something. I don't know what it's doing because I totally porked. Yeah, see, the other one went negative. But you can see that if you have those cut in half, it really gives you a lot of power to be able to use it and change the scale, you know, and do little ones and then do slightly bigger ones, change the brush size, and then do little ones and more big ones and big ones and big ones. Big. So I think that spending the time and making a handful of different scale plates and different skin texture plates and using Extractor, I think it's really one of the most powerful ways. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Because the problem with something like this is because, like, if you wind up getting really weird results and you don't know what is going on, reassign the history state, because they've been expanding what history does a lot now. And so over the last few updates, they've incorporated history into a bunch of other things, and it's affected some of these brushes. So if you're winding up with really weird effects, make sure that you're going to the point where this pattern is done and hit that as your history state, and that cleans the stuff up a lot.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, sure.
cool.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that'll
Thank
help
you
a lot.
for your yeah, yeah, it did. It did.
Cool.
Definitely.
Cool. All right, who is next?
Sean is next.
Sean? You know which one's Sean?
BPR one.
That's this one, right? Why does it say Nick? Because this is the CPR. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right. What do we got here? Let's hide the robe for a second.
And there are 2 reference JPEGs.
I assume I downloaded. Oh joy. All right, so let's look at our face here. There in there somewhere. Did I move something? Oh no, he has a hood on. But that looks like it's full hair, doesn't it? I think I moved. Okay. Import. All right. So I think you. Let's. How big is this guy? Tiny. Oh no, see. My grid is huge. See. Let's make that 40 by 40. We're going to come into document. Into draw. And we're going to change this to our grid size 40 to 40. That's going to, no, 20, 20, 20, enter. Tiles 20, enter. And what that does is that gives us 1mm cubes. Didn't. Slide up. Oh, that's the whole model. Okay. So yeah, that might be right. Update size rate. So today is just a nothing I do is going to work thing. Is that what I'm seeing here? Is that what you're seeing here?
Seems like it.
18, enter. Enter. And no, it's to scale. That's interesting. For some reason, his model is reading completely out of scale. Because see, it's saying that's 18 mil. And that ain't 18 mil in any sense of 18 mil. Here in total. Okay, whatever. All right, that's going to make importing the picture possible. All right, let's unify. Did I not pull that out? Scale unify. Let's turn everybody on. That does go to geometry. Oh no. Unify. Oh, okay. Sliders to subtool. 18.4. Is there something in this model like way? I don't understand. Okay, watch this. Care. So we can go back to his face, hide everybody, get his hair. Floor on, we are going to go draw front back map one, import, download. Okay. Let us get on his face. Let's look at the other quick. This microphone is right in front of this. Can't see. Okay. Okay. Get him. Fill mode 3. Change our scale to where our eyes are in the. Yeah, you definitely use the other photo. Okay, let's go back. Oh, that's the bad one. Where's the second head? Am I missing it? No. There's the second head. Let's turn. Oh, yeah, no. That solved many of the problems that we were just looking at. I wanted to check with the photo. You're right. Sorry about that. I'm like, there's some funny things going on with his head. I think say is. I don't think I put that reference. Is it pure ref? Henry?
What pure ref?
Isn't it called pure ref, that reference photo
The
program?
tool where you can put a bunch of pictures together, yeah.
Yeah. I don't have that loaded on. We're going to get. Interesting. I think his bottom lip's a little more full. Reload. See if that works. If I can't use clay brush, I don't know what I'm gonna do with live. Boop, boop. Nope. What did we? We permanently changed, but I can't even reload it. What I mean? Okay. Let's go to standard clay tubes. Will it load clay tubes? Okay. Take this. We're going to easy map 0.003. Lazy radius 30. Lazy smooth. Right. Yeah. Boop. Okay. So why is that like? Oh, that's happening. All right, you know what we're doing? You don't say. Okay, load tool. Download.
ZBR.
CTLs. Killing me over here. All right. God, I hate that. Come on. All right. Blue.
Save out. Why
Huh?
don't you save out the ZTL now?
All right, here, let's
in
just do
case.
that. Save
'Cause I think
as.
that's the 4th time you've loaded this file.
Yeah. Save as. Okay, file saved successfully. Right? We did say the right thing. We did. Okay. We'll close this. Go back to my world. ZPRs bring in all kinds of settings. And so, Yes. Oh, tool. Download. Okay, that we have Croc Eye, right? Those are the last two.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So I think that you're damn close. I think that this intersection here I don't think this is quite an S curve like this. Let's go to his picture. See, it's actually more like a little lump of weight or fat right there. Yeah, see, it's sort of this muscle coming out and over. See, you get that hump right there. So I don't think that this is an S curve like this. What you have is the notch that's set at the bottom. Yeah, my brushes are all wackadoodle. Okay. So you have the nostril. You sort of have like this lump here, which is this muscle, I'm assuming. Or this connective tissue here is sort of creating a lump there. And then this is still coming under it. So take a closer look at this intersection right here, because I think that this is a little odd. If that makes any sense. He just sort of has a there. It's not a return. And then I think his lower lip is a little fuller. And it's a little split. And he has weight here, but the weight is also really kind of out here. Give me a picture. You see what I mean? It's, see how, look at the proportion of these lips. It's a thin top lip. A pretty big bottom lip. I know this his mouth's open, but he has a split here and then a little lump there, and then this is a bigger lump. So the fat is rolling out towards that little cheeky bit part. You can see it here. It's the weight is carrying out into the jowl. And so he still has a pretty big bottom lip compared to his thin top lip. And then the weight really is sort of here and here with the little split. Let's look at what. See how thick your top lip is? Look at the proportion of your top lip to your bottom lip. It's pretty dramatic. Where he has a pretty thin top lip and a beefier bottom lip. So it might be something more like. Alt. And I would bring the picture in to get where these are sitting correctly. I think his top lip is dramatically thinner than his top lip is thinner than his bottom lip. Whacked. sniveling, maybe a sniveling upper lip. And you know, this placement also ties a lot more into the profile. I'm just trying to get and then this kind of crazy. And this you get there and the such. So his weight is carried. And that's a little too dramatic because it's sort of in the wrong place, but I think a little bit of how that weight. Like I said, these could very well be in the wrong place on his face because I'm not checking it. Because if you look at the scale, thicker picture. Right. I mean, look at how thick that. So I'd go back and look at these few places, right? Look at this here. Look at the thickness of the lips in comparison. Because right now your upper lip is much bigger than your lower lip. I think the eye pretty darn good. The brow's good. He has a little bit more weight. I think he's carrying a little bit more weight sort of down in here. Like there's a little bit more bagginess to it. Yeah, so here, look at how these are sitting, right? Because, you know, he has sort of like little cheeky things. These shapes are a little bit more off to the side. Pouty bottom lip, weenie top lip. It's maybe a little bit more round. Because in the one, you can distinctly see this chin's kind of coming up and in, right? How it's pulling. And I think that your jaw is fairly square and masculine. And I know he's kind of coming in on himself, but look at how much weight he's carrying under here. You know, even here you can see that this jowl is starting, right? Because you're getting a little pull right there. And from the front, you can see more jowl, and he has this sort of like the bulldog jowl muscle here. Right? This is sort of a puffy thing. You can see that he's carrying weight like right here. Right? This is downward. You can see. The weight's here. You see what I mean? How this goes like that, and then that sort of. It's like that little hump there is this muscle right here, where it's fat on that connective tissue. And it's subtle. And I think your chin's pretty squared. And I think his chin's a little more round. Right? And I think his face looks longer because he has fat down here. See, you have a really nice, look at how defined your jawline is. I think he's carrying a little bit more weight here. It's sort of doing something in that vein. Because this is a, remember I showed you the weight pool. And that changes the shape of his chin. See what I mean? How he's getting that sort of jowly meat here, which is coming down because he had a really nice square jawline, and he definitely, right? See, his isn't coming in; it's down at a slope, and that slope is this chin's actually. So look at how he's carrying weight in his face. And like I said, I'm not doing this from the image, on him. You can get these things exactly in the right place because I don't think his lip, this is in the right place. Also think I flattened it out a little. So you probably have a little bit more kind of hoop to the lip. And that's probably making the chin a little as well. Outside. Right? I don't think the dent in it. The weight of his chin is sort of weight, jowl. Right. Whoa. Yeah, so look at how he's carrying weight under his chin. Look at this intersection. Try to find some views that are sort of 3/4, and I think you'll notice that this almost looks like just a little like hump here. I mean, that's obviously overblown, but because what I'm thinking is that is fatty tissue on the connective tissue from the nose down. So normally, like this kind of just blends up into here, right? That just kind of connects. And then this comes off the nose. And I think that he has sort of some fatty tissue on that connective tissue. That's what's giving you sort of that bump there. Flatter them. But yeah, those hot spots. Look at what this is doing. Look at this. Get your lip proportions right. And then look at how this weight is actually coming over here. It's jowling out over here. It's not just. And look at his chin. I don't think dimple. So that's to look at. And now let's go on. So on weltings, so this is a welted seam. Make sure that this is a roll, not a cut in, because how these seams are made, is you stitch it and then you roll it over itself in one direction. And unlike seams that take it and split it and lay it flat, these are taken, they're sewn both to one side and then it rolls over, and that's how you get that welting. So most time they're going to top stitch one side so you get a really clean welt, but that's where SK Trim's nice. Come in, do that, and that gives the seams directionality as opposed to it looking just cut off. Obviously you're not making an actual tie knot here. Remember that collars are not straight, right? It's not just one thing. It's actually coming and rolling over. So you want your collar to have sort of an S shape. And what I mean by that is it's actually two pieces of material thick here, right? Because it's coming up, it's rolling over itself, and then it's coming back down. And then this is actually doing this, and then that comes down, right? So it's not just one, like you'll never see, well, okay, turn of the century peg collars, yes, it's just one stand, right? It's just a collar, but you'll never see a collar that is just a straight line. It's always a piece of fabric that has been rolled over itself, and then it settles onto the shoulder. So a collar is against the body, it comes up, you get the rollover, you get a collapse, and then that comes out to the edge, and then on the back side you would get up, rollover, and then it stops there, right? So this is a transition from the peg out to the flare. So just remember that that's not straight. It's going to look like roll, and then even if it's pressed, it's thicker at the edge of the collar. So don't just do it as one thing. You need to conceive it as two layers of fabric. And as the more that it comes to the front, you're getting more airspace in the collar. And these are unless they're buttoned or pegged or stayed. You get sort of a scoop, and it's not a straight, right? Because it's a transition from there, and it usually buttons behind this, so the knot of your tie is up here. Collar kind of comes.
I have the collar as another subtool that's hidden.
Oh, there it is. Well, look at that. There you go, buddy. Never mind. All right. So I'm assuming this is the one key. Okay. Is this like his devil crown? It's great. So with armpits, right? The armhole is actually up here. And then your fabric comes out and over. So an armpit, you're always going to have a crease. I mean, think about how it's stitched together, right? Doing that. And that's going to tell you where those creases wind up. So don't forget that that is not attaching there. It's up and inside that armpit. You're going to have fold wrinkles here, right? This is probably going to come in and do something like that. Because you're sitting. So these are going to bulk up there, and then you're going to get some wrinkles there. So look at a seated here, let's look at see here what's happening with the fabric there. See here how it's folding. So just find something like this and look at it. Actually, this is my mini factory. These are free downloads, and they have a lot of museums are downloading or uploading scans of the sculpture. Download a few of them and look at them and just see how people sculpted fabric. I think the Greek and Romans do some really classic, clean sculpture carving. So I would come in and download a handful of models and look at them, because it's, you can look at reference images and stuff, but I found that being able to download, classic traditional sculpture really creates a way for you to really visualize what's going on with fabrics. And if you're unfamiliar with fabric, I think either taking fabric and draping it across a chair, or sitting on it and looking at it and taking reference images. But now that there are all these great classic sculptures online scanned, I think this is a really good way of learning, is actually looking at, great sculpture and how they did it. And this will allow you to kind of see the techniques and stuff. So my mini factory has a lot of scan stuff, and you can also look up like museums, scanned sculpture, something like that. So I think that's probably a good place for you to start with the fabric, because you know, like here you don't have any wrinkles, right? It's just a fold. And you know, this is baggy, right? You're going to get, this is the anchor point for that fabric. It's going to be traveling along that way. You get the wrinkles here, and then you get sort of these pulling off the front, and they're going to wrinkle in the front. This sort of comes in and down. So I would say download some sculptures or play with some actual physical fabric and try to replicate it. But the nice thing about downloading the sculpture, you can import it into ZBrush and actually look at it and see what it's doing. Hands a little stiff. Look at your hands. And the palms, I think, yeah, you know, it's not bad. What? Maybe this area is what's throwing me. Oops. This area here, I'm not sure what that is. And I think that's making the profile of the hand look a little square. Right, because you sort of the silhouette you're shooting. I'm not quite sure what this is. Well, you can always start with the where is it? Mannequin. They have this this mannequin of a hand, and I find this is a really good way of, no, these aren't meant for fingers there. This is a really good place to start with. The other thing, I'm just going to do this sort of backwards. So I don't want you to go, Tomas, hands don't bend in that direction. I don't know if you've ever used the Transpose Master to, the Transpose tool. Everything's master. To do this, I'm going to do this, like I said, in the other direction. No. Control W, let's tap that. So one of the things you can do is you come in, find your knuckles, right? Where am I going to bend it? I'm going to bend it there, and I'm going to bend it there. So come in, mask it, tap it so it's soft, right? So it's not a hard thing. Go to W, and now hit Y, and that brings you into your Transpose tool, your Transpose tool. And then you have to hit R, rotate. And this allows you to pick the point that you're rotating from. So you want to make sure that you slide this over, pick the joint, get into the middle of the finger, and then hold down Alt. Make sure you've hit R, that makes it rotate. Alt makes it a local transition, and then hit the red dot and bend. And you can see that you can bend it, you can rock it back and forth. And it sort of does the stretch and, but you see how it bent sideways? That's because, see, it's bending on the axis of the bone or the Transpose tool. So let's undo that. And let's make it there. Let's drag it to the finger. Alt. And you can see it's giving you sort of some of that squish. You can rotate it and putz with it, but that's an easy way of doing it. But I find that if you're not comfortable with your hands, you can do it with the Z-spheres. And there's a way to lock your model to the Z-sphere and use that as an armature for posing. Eric has a beautiful video on it that I've yet to watch because I've yet to have time to. Yeah, no, it's very good to. Boom. Oops. Get it there. Tap it a few times so it's a soft intersection. Drag it out. Hold down Alt and rotate. You can see that it's folding over, right? It's not a clean intersection. But if you're doing this at a low enough, the other thing is, if you're doing this with subdivisions, you're not going to have this kind of crap bend over, because you can lower your subdivision, lower your resolution, and do this at a very, very low resolution, and you can control that bend over. Hold on, let's show you this. Hold on, let's just do Z modeler. Boom. Z-sphere. Hmm. Two, three. Right. And we're going to make this straight. That's my intersections. Always get it wrong the first time. With adaptive skin. It's adaptive skin. Make adaptive skin. Preview. A bit more. You can change your density. You can change your resolution. So if you actually, you can get it to be fairly smooth, make adaptive skin. Okay. So our geometry. We're gonna go polygroup. Stop it. Everybody stop it. Groups. We're just gonna type in 7 here. Zremeshing. You can do it. So if you get it down to this scale, you get it this big, and just you have a finger here. Why is it not divided? Oh, we're still. We make. Yeah. Skin. Oh, I do this every damn time. It's making the skins up. I always do that. I'm such a dork. Okay, so W and 1. All right, so now we're going to divide this up. You're going to use build up some detail. We've come in and got your knuckles, and you got a fingernail. With all this beautiful detail in it. Sculpted it. It looks great. Ooh, look at all this. Oh, you got. Okay. So, you spent all this time, you got all this detail, you've sculpted. Now you pose it, right? Okay, so now if you lower your res and on this, I wouldn't even bother going into Y. I'm just going to mask that. Mask that. W. Bring it to my joint. And I'm going to rotate it. And I'm going to kind of fiddle futz with it so we're not getting this, right? So I'm going to take elastic and I'm going to pull this out. And I'm going to shift that. This stuff. We're going to do the same thing. Bend it, pull it up, kind of get it to where we want it to be. Bend it, pull it up, sort of get it where we want it. Elastic, and I'm just going to knuckle back up. Kind of get that meat sorted out so it's not a pinch. All right, so now we just come up higher res. Higher res. Good. Right. And so now you're getting those bends and that. And what I would do is just down here at the lower subdivision level, I would then cut my creases in. Higher res, higher res. Right. Now you're getting your bends and all that stroke stuff you put in is still there. And then you're not getting that weird, destroyed, groupy. Are there any events well, that's hard because right now nothing's happening. I mean, even like the ZBrush Summit, I'd say go to ZBrush Summit, but it's now online. So, is that what you mean by events? I don't know that there are very many events going on at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because a lot of the places where you would go to that stuff, they're not even there to give the presentation. Well, I think the ZBrush Summit's a great place to go because you'll meet wonderful people. What's the one Monster? It's a play on a different convention. Monster. It happens in LA and Pasadena. Yeah, Monster Palooza. There are a lot of people who are doing character design stuff there. But that's also a lot of people bringing that character design stuff into the physical world. There's a lot of printing stuff and things like that there. But there's some really wonderful people there. Monster Palooza. So, yeah, it's tricky. It's any one of these places that have like open studios. The key is just be around people who are doing what you want done, and that's going to help a lot. Yeah. I can look into it though. I mean, Shane might be a better person to ask for that, but I think Shane's pretty much studio bound for the most part. Does that answer that question about the hands? I think that's the only thing I would say is, the posing. I would do it with something that has subdivision levels so you don't have to do that. But other than that, I would say download some sculptures of some classic fabric sculpting, and I think that's going to help you a lot. Because if you don't understand how the garments are built, you're going to miss some things. Because like very, 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 very few garments have armpits that are low. And why that is because if you raise your arm above your head, it's connected to here, it stops and it doesn't allow you to raise your arm. Because even kimonos, which have big floppy arms, notice they're very tight around the armpit. So, you know, starting to wrap your head around how these things are made are really going to show you where some of that wrinkles are. But I would download some sculpts and look at them. All right, guys, I am going to run to the restroom and close my door a little because my toes are starting to get cold. I will be right back. Potty break and close the window break. Be right back. Oop, if I can ever get under that. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Badoop. Howdy ho. Right. Glove. Stylus. Keyboard. My space mouse isn't set up yet. It's only been a month. Yeah. Okay. All right. Trina. Right? Is that what we're doing? Ishan. But I mean, I think you're definitely on the right track. Fabric's hard. Fabric's hard. So same color. That looks beautiful. Nice. What are the lids that the second eyelid call? Ah. I like the membrane. Would make it sharper, but where? I stuff. They're just so awesome. I love those buggers. It was always cool diving Wakulla Springs because they had crocs and alligators there. Seeing them swimming, just super. So, what? Let's get an eyeball. A pin. Oh, come on. Why was I mouse? I don't even stand with W. Divide. Smooth. That was some. Yeah, polymesh living. What? Max polymesh. Oh, I guess that was 25. All right, I see. He was telling me it wouldn't go over 100 million polys per subtool. That thing's ridiculous. Ridiculous. How dare you hold me back? Let's turn on. See? Turn on your eyeball. My roommate is cooking lasagna. It's torture. It smells so good. Get your ball. Make it your history state. Come back to your eyeball. Like that. And the one thing I would say, because these are, a separate lid or come on, someone help me. What's that thing called? The secondary lid that closes over aquatic. Good night. Turn on your history brush. And when you come in, just on these tissues that are, like I said, that separate lid. And I would keep the ball that you had initially. You can see that my ball's in the wrong place. Totally. You don't need to redo your eyeball here. Hmm. All right. Like I said, I know. So whenever you're going to do something like this, save the eyeball radius as thank you. Yeah. I was listening to a book last couple days and they were discussing that and it was driving me nuts. I'm like, I know it. I just listened to this. Save your whenever you're doing something with an eyeball, save the original eyeball so you can do things like this. Now when we come up here, we have taken this, we've taken our ball and we have turned that ball into our history state. So when we come up here, we're going to hide it completely because I don't want to see it. So when we come here, and we are going to try to make the, because this is actually something sitting on the surface of something else. I'm just going to divide it so we have a little bit more resolution there. And now you can come in and use the history brush. Okay, I'm going to do this just so wonky donk. Can you see how it's cutting into? You can see how it's cut in there. And that is giving a distinctive lip right there. So it looks as if it is sitting on top of the other surface. And I know I've moved this from yours, but it's just because I didn't have the original ball and I want to show that lip right there. So that little lip now looks like it's sitting on top of that surface, right? Because you're getting that reflective there. So that's the only thing I'd suggest there. I think your ridge is pretty good. This little crissy-crossy stuff is looking great. I would say you could probably, on some of this stuff up here, you could probably do a general cut in where it's sliced in a little more, because I know the other images doing it with color, but since you don't really have the color, you might want this to look like it's actually tiling against one another. The gator and crocodile skins really do look like things that are budding and seating next to each other. So you might want to just punch that detail in a little. And for now, you can use contrast. Where's deformation? Yeah. I'm not on the right tool. It's not doing it. Come in, use contrast, and you can pump up some of that detail. Like I said, I would come back in and rethink these tiles just a touch and make them actually, they are plates, right? Just how the skin is formed. So I would break that up just a little bit more. But honestly, looks good, good, good. If you're doing these patterns, you might want to do, if you take the clay tubes and come in and do a little flat pattern and then do your inflate on top of it to make some of these little things, it'll separate it up and off the surface a little. Boom. The other thing about little bumps is if you take inflate and do just a slight inflate first, and then come in and do a second one. And I know this is a half round. It's not quite what you were heading for, but it pulls it off the surface a little more. It gives you a little bit more separation when you're doing it. So you can get it and see how as it's inflating, it's actually making this like little pucker around it because it's inflating the normals that have already committed to that direction out and over. And since you have two different angles as that's coming out, it's pulling out, and then it's starting to inflate this and this surface, right? You know, it's getting this, so it's inflating this surface and this surface, and they start to do this, and they give you these really nice little like a ring, an inserted ring in there, and it makes things stand out really nicely for some of your little hokey details. Well, you're not blending the two subtools together. What you're doing is basically really advanced projecting, right? I'm taking the one and I'm projecting to the other, to whatever that history state is. It's not actually a morph. It is it's a projection process. But yeah, I do that. It's an incredibly powerful tool, the history tool. No, all in all, I would say just crisp some of this, like this stuff got a little soft, not too soft, just a little soft. But what's nice about it being soft, especially in something like this, is the hard detail is closer to the eye, and that makes the eye more the focal point. So, but it's beautiful. It looks great. You have any questions? Okay, so we have
One more.
one more.
And I believe you'll have to download it.
Yep. Speed. What do I suggest for lighting? Oh, see, I'm a physical, like my whole focus is getting models out of the computer as opposed to rendering stuff. So I don't know if I'm actually going to give you any useful information. You know, high contrast at a steep angle, you know, that's going to help get a lot of the detail out. But I'm really not the best person in the world to ask about renderings. You know. But it looks good. Oh, sure. 353 million is horrible. Well, I mean, depends. I mean, you know, I have models that are much bigger than that. Well, see, once again, this is the material I use for everything. I don't really render, so it's not. And I know absolutely nothing about creating normal and displacement. Well, see, once again, you know, I think so much of that is, you know, if you're going to paint it out, like in ZBrush and then render it, I would use one of the whites and then, you know, color it with whatever that base color is, come in and hand paint it in, you know. But yeah, I don't know that I have any useful information as far as rendering goes. If it's not like, well, hit best, you know. Sorry. Yeah, I don't really render things. I print them, and then I have physical objects. So I don't have a ton of that information. I mean, if our business partner Eric was here, he could help on that one. But yeah, it's that's not. I don't really use much at all. Nictitating membrane. Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's just like I said, I'm a manufacturer, so like my 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 renders are pretty rudimentary. Like I just dump stuff in Keyshot and then just drop just drop different materials on it until it looks good, and then just go. I don't know. I'm worthless when it comes to. Just keep a fire extinguisher. Yeah, without a doubt. Everybody needs a fire extinguisher. But my machine so far has been staying cool. That's a good bonus because it's been hotter and snot here and pretty good. Okay. Did that one down?
It should have. It's not too big.
Oh.
Let me open up the newest notes just in case.
Alien Mad King.
So it's not correctly sized yet. A lot of the forms are incomplete, especially on the base part. She's currently at the Dynamesh blockout sketch stage. Haven't remeshed and done a detail pass. Would the level of detail be okay for printing? The
Oh,
goal
sure.
is to turn it into a wearable ring.
Yeah, no, without a question. Details totally fine. Well within printable. I mean, you're still Dynamesh, so you know your edges and stuff are fuzzy, but you know your steps are super clean. These creases have nice highlighted edges. You know, this is meant to be texture, so it's not really, you know, it doesn't really. It's just visual chatter, right? Because when you make it into an object, it's going to. That's just noise, if that makes any sense. I mean, in here, like if you're going to make more than one of them, you're going to have to worry about some undercuts, but none of this is super traumatic. I would say if you're going to make it a wearable ring, I know. Oh, excuse me. If you're going to make a, if you are going to make it a wearable ring, these are going to be a little too thin, especially with an open bottom. You catch that on a sweater or something, one, it's going to destroy your garment. This is a massive sweater trap, especially this small. Because, you know, standard, like, men's, like, that's 25 mil, right? So that, what is that? That's, you know, that's like 1.5 mil or something. So you want a lot more weight in here. And I would strongly suggest, if these are not like 5 times as thick as they are right now, I would strongly suggest have them touching at some point so they don't just become needles that, because like right now what you have is 4 needles on the bottom of this ring, and as you're tapping things and picking things up, they're going to curl up and start to penetrate your finger. So be careful about having sharp things on the bottom of the part. Also, you know, and like you said, you weren't done with it, and I know that, but just make sure that you are knocking these edges off so they don't, so they're not sharp. Always bevel or soften those edges because you don't want that edge on your finger. But no, everything here, sorry, started yelling. Everything here is well within the parameters of being produced.
In that cavity, when you look in the top-down view, the cavity on what I would consider the back section.
This back here.
Waiting. Yes. There's going to be a stone there eventually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just have to be careful about some of your undercuts as far as like this cage. If you plan to make a mold out of it, this cage, if you plan to make a mold out of it, some of that stuff can be problematic, but you're still, I mean, this isn't a block up phase, so I don't know what you're going to do with it, but I would say definitely make your legs. Oh, guys, it yawns all of a sudden. Make your legs a little thicker, especially down here. And I would, if you want it open like this, I would probably try to make this like a solid piece because that's really thin. And like I said, just taking it on and off, you're going to penetrate your finger. It's going to hurt really bad. So I would keep that and maybe make it just a little bit thicker because those are pretty fragile. I mean, that's only a few millimeters. Yeah. But I'd like to see it after you remesh. I'm losing my capacity to talk. I would like to see it after you remesh it and approach some of these thickness issues. If you're going to put the stone sort of down in here, like it were sitting there. I wasn't hungry. It's too late for me to be getting.
Fourth meal.
Right? Fourth meal. Fourth dinners. Second dinners. But yeah, I think those are the things I would look out for. I'd make the legs thinner, connect them at the bottom, or make them a lot wider at the bottom. Watch out for the cages. And then, yeah, I mean, so much of it is just then what kind of decisions you make thereafter. Yeah. Do you have any questions? Because it's in the blockout phase, it's no point in getting persnickety about details and things like that because you're going to Z-remesh it, reproject, and get a lot more stuff going on. Ja. Is he here?
Yeah. Has been here. But either my chat is not updating or they haven't talked.
I know. That's what I was going to say. I don't. We dump chat or if it's just sitting there. Sitting there. Okay. Yeah. So does anyone have any just general questions, or are we going to sculpt on our Stein a little? I mean, I can sculpt anything. If someone wants to see something done, I'd be more than happy to do that as well. Because Henry's not super excited about me finishing the Stein.
It's not getting produced anytime soon, regardless of when you finish it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you finish it.
Instantaneous results. I see it happening. All right, so do you not want me to sculpt on the Stein? Should we sculpt on something else?
Do the Stein.
I'm gonna get rid of the microphones are right in front of it. Nope. Do not switch. Project. New project. Nope. Everything. I was just. So, anyone and everyone, if you have a question or have a model, we are still in critiques. So feel free to continue to upload. Yeah.
Miko has a question.
Yeah, I just stop at, like let's say we were going to make this Stein with different faces, right? I would find a place where I get the anatomy where I like it, and then save it and just start a new one, and just iterate that way. Is take it and then just futz with it until, but make a new part, right? And then just work on it. It's just get the base block out, sort it, and then experiment with it from there. At least that's how I would do it. Right. Did that answer that question? Is that what you were asking? If not, please tell me. Yeah, like for the glasses, I got the mechanism in the right place. I got the holes in the right place, so I know that it'll screw through the lens. I got the arms the right length. And then once I have the base form, I just go back in and sculpt on it and futz with it and sculpt on it and futz with it and just save as, dunk, save as, dunk, save as, dunk, and go back to the. Yes, so please, if anyone has anything they want to know, or if you have any questions, feel free. Oh. Sorry. Our friends were dropping by or driving through tonight, but they stopped in Ashland, so they'll be here. So is everybody going to watch the release of the new, or the new release of the iteration of the, you know what I'm talking about?
2021.7.
Thank you. Goodness gracious.
There's a release video tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
It's super exciting.
Pac-Man wants to know what is a good document size to start in.
You mean in the sense of this, like physical size? Like if you go into document and you're talking about like new document size, is this what you mean? Am I lagging? Okay, so what I would do is under new document, see this W size? That auto fits to your window. I would close these out, right? Just close your sides and then create new document with the W size button. Document, See this W size? That's window size. And that way you know that you're covering your entire window. And that's an easy way of going about it because it's then just tuned to your monitor. So that's where I would start. And that way you don't really have to think about it. It'll just fit to it'll just fit to your screen size and which.
And what UI would you recommend for a beginner? Should they make their own? Use the default? Use some artists?
That's tough. So like if you were in my classes, right, and you're a beginner, use my UI because when I demo, I'm using my UI, and I've also pulled everything out that I think's important. So, my UI is tuned towards my workflow. If you see someone's workflow you really like, you might want to use their UI because if you're watching their videos and then you're kind of looking for stuff, if you want to sit down and make your own UI, I would strongly say that's a good idea. The only problem is, as a beginner, you kind of don't know what tools you need, right? I mean, it took years for me to sort out my UIs because, and every update, like we're racing to get the UIs set up for the new update. So when the new update comes out, our students have a UI that has those relevant tools pulled out. So it's a trickier question than you think it is. It has a lot to do with how you work, but I would say find someone who you want to work like, I guess, or you see that they're using tools that you like and want to use. So their UI is good, right? But if you're a character modeler, chances are my UI sucks for you because all my stuff is targeted towards checking mesh integrities, making sure that, like, I use the reproject a ton. So I have tons of reprojection tools pulled in and out. Scale's very important to us. So I have a ton of scale tools pulled out. So, my UI is really targeted towards small object manufacturing, so it's, my UI is really targeted about sculpting in high res and then decimating, but if you're rendering, you're going to have to completely do something different. Or if you're, doing character animation, you're going to be doing something different. Like that's where that easy remesh comes in really handy. And that's really targeting remeshing for animation and posing, right? So it really depends on what, I really think, it depends on what that, your workflow is. Does that help?
Yep.
Cool.
And we have one new model. And it's a ZPR. Wolfie.
All right, so someone's going to convert it to a ZTL.
You know that link says ZTLs only.
Someone's going to convert it to a ZTL. I'm hearing that, aren't I? Don't I hear?
Yeah. It'll take a few minutes to upload.
Yeah, UIs are funny things. It took me a while. Like I used standard for a long time. And then they really started adding tools in the development, they really started adding tools that were super useful and buried like 3 folders deep in a menu. And that's when I really started thinking and trying to create my own UIs, was when the UI just, over the years, the options that we have now are pretty dramatically awesome, compared to where we started, 16 years ago. And I created my UI as soon as, it became difficult to find the tools on an average basis when I was working. That's really what it comes. But if you don't know all the tools and you don't know what tools you're using, then find someone you want to sculpt like, or when you're watching their video, find someone who you want to watch their videos and then set your UI up like them, But you can download my UI free. And I think that you can download, you can still download Shane's UI free, can't you? Isn't that his email list thing?
I certainly assume so.
Yeah, good old UI. I change mine all the time. My students always loved it when I changed my UI. They're like, dude, that is not what you're showing us. I'm like, oh, sorry. I've never used Shane's UI, but I'm assuming that it's set up for character design. Stylized character design. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm very excited for tomorrow. It's awesome. Quiet.
Okay. ZTL synced.
You have on Facebook. Not a single. Facebook hates me. Right above if you look 2 things above your thing, that's the link. You just put your name on the mailing list and we will send you my UI and other stuff. Wolfie CT. Rone Inugami. Oops. That. Ah. paint off the bird model.
You can assume this is for 3D printing.
I can?
Mm-hmm.
Why can I assume that?
Because the person told me that it's for 3D printing.
Okay. So the next question is, are you going to print these out in different materials? Are you going to, is it chopped up? Are you going to do it in parts? I don't think bodies. You're going to print it as one model. Yeah, the UI is intimidating. The thing about ZBrush and why the UI is so intimidating is that it does everything. I mean, it's just so deep with how many different tools and stuff it is. And that's why I just pull out the tools I use. You know, I mean, Blender is a great thing, I guess. I've never used it. You know, I've never been able to get like professional quality organic sculptures out of it where I'll make money out of it. But I'm sure that, you know, it's great for some people, but I don't know. I grew up using ZBrush. I mean, in my digital sculpting world, I did, you know, I don't think you could ever compare. As a sculptor, you could never compare Blender to ZBrush. They have completely different response. But yeah. All right. Well, let's look at her. Pose looks great. The simplified anatomy. The only thing I'd say is I think head might be not the wrong direction, but so, you know, think about when you lean, right? When you're off center, your head corrects, right? You know, think about when you're on a motorcycle, right? You lean, you're not leading with your head. So I think leading with her head could be a little bit odd. You know, I'd probably bring her head to where it's maybe going the other direction. So you're getting your nice, you know, I think I might just pose the head, let's say something. You know, there. Because you see now you're getting the S curves. Oh, you brought it in. It's interesting. I've seen more people doing this where they're bringing them in as planes as opposed to in the draw. I have a question for you. Is there a reason that you bring it attached to a plane as opposed to using the image import in draw? That's my luck. No, it's not bad. Oh, interesting. Okay. No, that makes sense using it as a color pick. If you're just color picking, that makes sense. If you're using it as a reference plane.
They uploaded this JPEG
yeah,
along with the file if you want to show how to add it to the floor.
yeah, that's what I was about to do. I think I downloaded it to JPEG, didn't I? Yeah, I downloaded JPEG. So for reference imaging, and it's really interesting because you're like the fifth or sixth person I've seen do this. And I think that if you're color picking off of it, it makes sense because I don't know if you can color pick off a background image. So if you're painting, this may be how or where you learn to do that. So that makes a lot of sense as a color picking object. As a reference object, if you turn floor on and then you come in, let's turn this off. Why isn't it that? Where?
I think that's the base the model
Yeah.
is standing on that you're turning on.
Yeah, hold on. I was in the wrong place. Okay, there we go. So she's here, right? If you come up, what's her sliders to subtool 26. So we want it to be a little bigger than hers. So we want a 30 by 30 grid. So that means we're going to make it a 15 grid. And I'll show you what I mean. Because the grid measures from center. So you want your grid number to be half of what you want your initial thing to be. So we're going to come up here to draw. I'm going to turn floor on over here. Come over to draw. Draw. And we are going to go front back. So that's the front view and the back view. And so map 1 is the front view. I'm going to import. And is it just in down? And you can see we've now brought it in. And okay, hold on. Let's turn that off because I want this to match my grid. I think you import it after. So we're gonna have the friggin' mouse on. Okay. Draw. Texture off. So right here, because she's 40, I'm going to make this 15 by 15. Come in here. Grid size 15. Push enter. See how my grids are all whacked off? That is so weird. This is a version that I've been playing with, and I think I have something set off here. This is making me, it's not working, right? 15, enter. And now that should make a grid that's 30 by 30, but it's not. Update size ratios. She's 20. Something is really darn weird with my scale. Oh well. That's super frustrating. We're just gonna make it small. What is she? She 2 at the moment. So we're gonna make this. No, we're gonna stop it. Two by 2. There you go. And now when we come in here and go front, there's something wrong with my scale. I have to recalibrate my scales in this version of this. It's acting funny. I don't know what I did to it, but it's acting weird. And now we go map 1, we go import our picture, and you can see it comes in relative to the size of the map. And then if you had a different image, so that's the front view, you can also come in and go draw, come to map 2, that's the back view. I'm going to use this as a back view, right? So you can see this is transparent and you can see through it. It's all right, and that's the front view. But if you go like this, you can see that it's now the back view, so it's tied to a different view. And you can do that for left and right as well. And it's nice when you have your views on and you're, let's say you have her set up and you're doing this A pose to begin with. as you're rotating around, I bring my brush over here, and you can see my brush is touching that outside edge. See back here? See right here where there's like a dot here and a dot here? Well, this is where it is on the model, and this is where it is on the reference image. So you can, as you're working, you can work it out and get, switch to the helmet. You can go like this, and you're seeing where it is on the reference image. So you're, okay, well, I want that collar to start right there. So you just move it down until it's hitting that collar where you want it. Boom. And now that's where you start. So it's a good way of using as a reference image, but I don't think you can color pick off. C, paint. And I'm going to come over here. Where's my little, well, you can go over to color. Version of, let's see. And so here, let's see if, oh yeah, I mean, you can color pick off of it, but see how it's faded. It's actually, so you have to come up here and go and change this fill mode to 100 or to mode 3. And now when you drag this over, it will color pick from your image. Nice. If you're in Z color, it will. But see how we're here, but if we roll over the model, it's that pale pink. So you have to make sure that nothing's sitting in front of it, or you're not going to get the true unsaturated color. So you can color pick from the background image. Yeah, but you'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, no, it'll be at 11. It's going to be great. It's not that long, and you'll love it. It's awesome. So in Z color, you can pull colors off your background reference image. So there, yes. And that's just attached to floor and draw. And the nice thing about this too is that when you have when you have floor turned on, within draw, you have your scale here, so you can scale your image down. You can offset it. Oh, I'm doing it to the back. You can scale your image. You can position it. You can rotate it. Right. So it's just really useful. And yes, use the paint the damn thing button and ta-da! And then all you have to do is make it more awesome button. Hit that twice. That's in the new release, is the make it more awesome button. So yeah, explore doing it in draw. I think it gives you a lot more options. The other cool thing about project turn floor is, so in this fill mode, right, let's say you're trying to get these bones, right? You can, I think there is a way to paint from the background. I don't paint much either, so I can't remember.
Don't demo something you don't know how to do.
No, I'm not demoing anything. I was going to say, I think there's a way to take this and paint directly from the image onto the surface, if I'm not mistaken. But you can come up here to draw and see this project on mesh. You come in here, and now it's projected on the mesh, and so you can sort of rotate it around a little. And so you can come in and really come, and if you were sculpting this, let's say, you can really get it exact what you want. Right. And now when you turn floor off, right, it's there. Obviously, for a sharp line, that's decimated. Paint model from
That's all in the document palette, right?
yeah. Paint model from ref from ref. Reference. I could have sworn there was a way to do it. In fact, I want to say I know there's yeah, because see, like on these these images, right? They take these and they go through and they paint it on, right? Like they're taking a photograph and painting the picture from the photo. They're just referencing, move it, slide it, paint, move it, slide it, paint. Well, there are things that are like flow along surface. You can take your curve brushes and assign patterns to it. Like we do mill grain flow along surface. The curve snaps to surface. And, if it's something flat, you like you can take something, project it to the surface, and then project on curve. There are ways of doing it. Yeah, there's projection paint. Like I said, I don't really know how they did it, but you can see here, that's what they're doing. They're taking it and they're painting that reference image onto the surface. But like I said, I don't really paint much either. There are ways of doing it. That's all I'm saying. Like your fabric here is awesome. Like this is a beautiful fold because it ties into the stylization well. These folds are lovely. I mean, you did a really, really nice job. For printing, your head's going to be a nightmare because your hair is all individual strands, So So because all of your hair is still open, this is going to just be a nightmare to print. So I would take everything from here back, anything that's behind the curve of the face back, I would turn it solid, just attach it all to the, things like this, where your shirt and all this stuff is separate. You don't want any of that air gapping in there at all. So it's going to take a little bit of work to get rid of all your layers, Now, there are, depending on how you have this poly grouped. Oh, good. You have pretty complex poly group. Like if this had its interior, like if you hadn't decimated this and you still had your panel loops and stuff, you just drag that and drag it in until they crisscross over. because that airspace right there is going to murder you, right? You know, so you want to make sure that you get rid of, like, even like this hair area here. I think I would try to get this to be, unless you're printing the hood separately, right? You know, because you want it with the hood or without the hood, that's one thing. But, you know, on a print, no one's going to see behind this. So just make sure that, you know, you're, there's a way to do it. I can't remember. Where you, well, you can always do draft angle. That could work. Did I remove draft angle from this interface? Put that. Interesting. But, you know, like if we go here, let's go to her head, right? Her neck. Come on. Come on. So you can always, right, we're looking at her this way. If you group front, what we've done is now, if you turn polygroup on, right, you see the break line there. And so we can go like this, and then we can go all that. And it's better to do this pre-decimation, but come in, now you have, take the front, mask it off, back mask off except for the neck there. And so now with the hood, let's turn the hood back on. Boop. So if there were no hair, right, I would do this with the hair. I would do this with everything. Come in, I'm gonna go W, take that, and then just drag it straight back. And you can see that now you're starting to eliminate some of that backdraft. And then I would use the hood as a Boolean cutter and just cut this stuff off. And then that way you're not getting the cuts in the back. So if we go to hair, back hair, and we'll just take this, right? We're going to do the same thing. Group back or group front. Tap on that. Hide our hood for a second, or transparent. Right. And now we're going to select our purple. That's our back. Let's stop it. Bring it out here. So when you tap it back out, just drag it outside of the hood, right? And what you're doing is you're slowly eliminating that airspace, so that's a nice solid, and it's not trying to support and print. You're just begging for failure for that. Yeah, you're just begging for failure. So, you know, I would just drag all that stuff so it's behind the hood. In here, you know, grab her head, group front, back, drag back, right? And so now you can see that you have all these things that are coming behind the hood. Where's her front hair? Yeah, and see all these things. I would merge all these down into full and just drag everything back. And merge down. Let's get that. Right. All that. Front. Select. Select. Mask. W. Back. You see what you're doing is you're eliminating all of your undercuts. And so now you have all this stuff. This we're going to here. Now, I would leave these, right? Because these are coming out. I wasn't paying that much attention when I did it. I would. Just hide. So now, group front. Front. And we're going to here. Unmask these. Or mask those because they're on the outside of the hood. Yeah, be careful when you hit that. So now you can see that you don't have any jump back. Let's grab her, bring that down. Merge down. See, there is no airspace behind stuff anymore. And then you just take this, and you use it as a Boolean cutter. So you take that, duplicate it, bring it down. Get it in here. There. You might want to dynamesh this before this, but let's see what it does. I might blow this up by not dynameshing it, but I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to go start. We're going to go cutter. We're going to take this and we're going to go to deformer. And we're going to make this, we're going to go inflate, and we're actually going to make it negative. So we're deflating it a little, right? Because that way, the Boolean cutter is going to make this be just a little thicker than the skin, so we get penetration as opposed to it being coplanar. And now we're going to go boop boop. Turn transparency off. Soft. Turn our hood off. Stuff. Off. Cutter good. And now go. Is that right? They're both visible. That's start. That's the cutter. Boolean folder. Keep your fingers crossed that we don't blow up. You can do it. Auto group. Auto group. Gonna get a billion. That's okay. Auto group. Oh no. Cool. Hide part. And you can see that there is no come on. Ooh, red. And now you see that that is all. Part. Complete hidden. And then you come in with your actual duplicate. Fold. Now we have this part, which is our head with none of the airspace. You have this guy. You just remesh by auto group for the same poly. So now I have a shell. And it's a shell that has no airspace behind the objects. And like I said, you can come in here and pick, you know, mask these where these are actually floating points up. I just did it to everything, but I would leave the tips up here and then you can just smooth it back when you remesh all this and you can get that sort of tip feel. But that way, that's the easiest way to take a bunch of complicated stuff and get it chopped and decimated. The thing I would do though is make sure that when you're doing this, because these create really complex meshes, is that when you're dragging all that stuff back, drag it outside of the hood. So it's not cutting through all the weirdness, it's cutting through that single pixel wall. And that'll help a lot. How do you make the palette with the you mean Zremesh, this one? Ensure that we're talking about the Zremesher palette, right? What palette are we talking about? Or are we talking about the one I just showed you? This one? Is that the palette you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah. So this is just the gizmo. So we're in the gizmo, right? So we hit W, right? We have our gizmo here. There's this little gear right here. And this is, it says customize. But this is all of your alteration options. So you click the gear and then you can remesh by Dynamesh, remesh by Union, remesh by Zremesher, remesh by Decimation. And these give you sliders to pick your numbers, but they're limited in the numbers you can do. But remesh by Union is just a Boolean union, right? And you just click it here and it will do its thing. Now it says there are problems because it's Booleans. It's trying to Boolean stuff that there's nothing going through. So, but that is all your gizmo. I use Gizmo. And you can, what's cool about remesh by union as opposed to dynameshing is that, let's say her face has tons of geometry, her hair doesn't have tons of geometry, but you don't need geometry in her hair to print. You can see that it's not dynameshing. So it's not homogenizing the mesh. It's leaving the different meshes at the different resolutions as they are when they're Boolean together. So it's a way to get a lot of high resolution out of stuff, and then how to keep that low resolution. So you're not having to remesh it and not spread the mesh, and to spread the mesh. Oh my goodness. I'm falling apart over here, Henry.
It's not even one yet.
Oh my God, I know. I don't know how I'm holding that. All right. Did that help that? That help? So I think the only thing I would really wrap my head around is the angle of her head, right? Because I still think that it's like it's funny because illustrators can get away with stuff like that because it's a drawing and it's like, oh yeah, whatever, it's a drawing, huh? And but the problem with it is that if you're throwing your head as you're going, you're losing your center of balance. It becomes weird. So I find that getting the head going sort of the other direction, like if you're leaning the other direction, and you can see how that keeps her sort of in. I know her neck's totally broken here, but her head's over too far. Fine, get off my back, man. No. But see how that keeps her center of balance going, and it's not just throwing your weight. You very rarely lead with your head. Well, if you plan to continue to stand, and you can see from the back, it sort of has the cutesy contrapposta thing going. So. Yeah. Getting the nice curves in. Yeah. And that allows you to bend at the waist a little bit more to get, to really get that commitment to the. Yeah, my posing's awesome. Redonkulous. Any questions? Anyone? Oh, it's just cruel. She's baking. It smells so good. How are we doing here?
Tengu mug.
Tengu mug.
Tengu mug.
Tengu mug. Boop. 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 Tengu mug. I don't quite know how I want this. So right now, I still think it's not. Yes, where? How are we doing? one. What's my machine configuration? Monstrous. Henry, do you have the
Yeah, I'll
config?
paste it in. Yep.
Shiny. Hold on. I'll give you the full view. Look. Ooh. Boop, 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 boop. It should be making Nintendo noises. Can we get a Nintendo soundboard attached to it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm feeling that you're just humoring me now.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Very support.
Uh-huh. You're absolutely right.
Oh, the keyboard's supposed to show up tomorrow.
Oh, nice. That I heard.
Oh, you did?
Mhm.
Did I tell you that?
No, I'm saying I just heard you say that.
Oh.
Whereas the last however many things you said I ignored completely.
Oh. Damn it, man.
I'm assuming those are the specs that matter. Oh Lord, I put no type of punctuation in that. Thought it was going to be on 3 different lines.
Hold on.
Let's just throw some commas in there.
Totally blew it.
There we go.
Okay, so we're going to duplicate this because I'm not quite sure how I want the beard. Someone was asking about iterations earlier. So if you get far enough along, right? And so I don't quite know how I want to do the beard since it's tied to a mug, right? Because it should look full, but right now it looks like it's just right. It's thin and it's riding over his jaw. And I'm like, oh, I may want to go back to the original jaw without the hair. Like I've got to put a mustache on now too. So I want that base form as my history state. So I'm like, okay, well, you're like, oh, well, you're so far in, you blew it. So we're going to duplicate. And then I'm just going to take this, the one that so this one is at the state that we're at right now. And then we're going to take this one, and I'm just going to bring this one all the way back to our entry geometry. Yeah, because I figured the LEDs would show up better on white. We got almost everything white. They don't make the RAM in that big in white.
Yep. They don't make white 32 gig sticks.
Yeah, which is a bit of a trick.
Or Corsair doesn't. I'm sure somebody does.
Yeah. No, there's remember it was the can't think, but they made white in that big. But Corsair doesn't. They don't get enough white orders to make it. Yeah, it says we don't have a viewer on YouTube. Are we on YouTube?
Yeah, we're on YouTube.
Is YouTube?
Well, I mean, that can't be true because Iswar is talking to us through YouTube.
Yeah. Not YouTube. Facebook. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's watching on Facebook.
Facebook.
It is streaming to Facebook, though. I can see it right here.
Huh. I think Zuckerberg's blocking me. He knows. Wow, what did I push? What's happening? So we need to figure out the divisions that we have to get that'll divide us up to that 96, 98 million poly range. So like, do we have to start at 400 to get 10 poly groups or 10 subdivisions? at like 98. Hey, look, I checked in with myself. Self-check.
That's called recursion.
Sure. Creeper. So see, now we have that base face. And when I come over here, I can make my base face, my history state, hold down Control and tap. And then when we come over here, I can take my history brush. History brush. And come back in and pick. No. History brush doesn't like symmetry. And you can define the shape of the beard by going all the way back to our fleshy history state.
But don't use symmetry.
Yeah, you can't use symmetry. I mean, there are ways of flipping, like if you want to draw a line or something to use as a guide for the beard line, you can do that. But I don't care because I'm just going to get it close. And then when we start sculpting in symmetry, it'll fill it back in quick enough. And so you can, with history, really go back and pick in the original. And you can see by just picking a side, get it back to symmetrical quickly. Doesn't matter. We're just using that as a guideline back to our original skin. And then if I want to experiment with mustaches, come in. And I'm not super careful about my lip line. If anyone has any questions or files that they would like critiqued, please upload them. Because I'm just fiddling around. Hengusstein. That Henry is super excited about trying to figure out how to get actually.
Well, Iswar just asked, are you going to 3D print this mug?
Yes. Without a question.
But
what?
But that's not really the end goal.
Well, no, we want to actually get it manufactured in ceramics, but I'll make like a 3mm wall version and print it in a biocompatible material, and so I can have one to take to trade shows and show people what Henry's working on. Yeah, that's what Henry's working on right now. No.
Oh, you're wondering why he's crying so much? Let me show you.
Oh, don't mind him. He's excited to be here. So we're not going to be here next week. We're going to be in Vegas for JCK. But we will be back the week thereafter. He need more room on his upper lip. Bigger. Lower res lip. Ooh. A little bit high. Okay. Let's get this off. Ooh. So you can see if you have subdivision level, I mean, you know, this is at 30 million polys, but I don't have to stress about it. Like, ooh. Now, the one issue we did have is we now can't use the front as our history, because let's say I come in history brush, turn symmetry off, history brush, and it's going to take us back to, see how it's trying to get the nose. So if you do a major change like that, I would probably, at this point, actually go back to this version, duplicate it, come in here, and then this guy, this is our changed. Yes. Move.
We have one new model.
Oh yeah, awesome. Up to similar. And reproject back to if that makes it fairly close. And before I got too far into this one, I would come back and actually on this. Yeah. Back here, make sure our history brush is set there. Come back in, turn that off, hide that guy, hide that guy, and then just quickly get your new ground zero position set up. Got to be careful with the big brush. See, my brush was too big and it reached over that edge. You don't want it to pull over from a side. You want to make sure that you're doing it pretty much 90 degrees to the surface. You'll be much because it won't do stuff. And you can do pretty dramatic changes. Just bounce back and forth between changes and do your projection stuff. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have an entire Stein thing. Henry's really excited about Stein production.
I mean, in all honesty, when the model is finished and we actually do call Monkstein or whoever we're going to ask to produce this, we can document the process. Because the platform, I mean, we currently have a teaching platform where the goal is to teach people to make jewelry, but all of the skills can be used to create anything you want to manufacture. Yeah, furniture, 3D prints, jewelry, anything.
Yeah, and as we move along, I figure by the end of next year, we'll have most of our foundational videos done. And then we'll do videos that with each upgrade, we'll do upgrade videos. But then, like, I hand sculpted miniatures for years, so we'll probably do something on miniatures. We'll probably do something on toys. We'll probably do something on furniture, because at the end of the day, we really want people to manufacture out of ZBrush. But yeah, we still have a lot of jewelry videos. But everything, I mean, there's nothing that, hold on, let me just show you the, I don't know if I used to, or have seen the art station, but station, right? I mean, we have jewelry, but we have card holders. Actually, you printed one of those, didn't you?
Yeah, I was gonna copper plate it, but the deadline's too close, so I just painted it yesterday.
Right on. But, rocking chairs. I don't think we have pictures of but that's a wall plaque for the men's Olympics team, and whenever they were in China, what was that? 14? 12 or 14, something like that. No, it was earlier, 2008. And then that's my homage to Noguchi. the Gucci table, and sculpted it, printed it, cast it, polished it, and patinaed it, and there it is. So, there's absolutely no difference in scale, right? And how you have to view the scale of the detail differently, but you can upload a STL. It's just not a
Yeah, STL is
ZPR.
fine. Yep.
It's OBJs, STLs, and ZTLs are fine. If you send me a ZPR, you're sending me all of your environmental information and all of your world information, and your world information is definitely going to be different than my world information. It totally makes everything a pain in the butt.
And it's going to delete your Tengu mug.
Yeah, and that would make me. So that's a ZPR.
Yeah. So Leonard uploaded a ZPR.
All right. So what do we have here? Who is this?
Ishwar, is that who?
Oh yeah, Iswar. So, first question is this a stylized character, or is this a are you trying to be realistic? Is this like just a human study test? Hello, Paulo. How are you doing? Is this far gone? Have I lost all contact with them? Hello? Can you hear me, Henry?
Yeah, they answered. I'm a beginner here. First sculpt.
Oh, okay. Well, if this is your first sculpt, you're killing it, man. Looks great. So first thing I would say is, it's obviously stylized, and that's cool. Your, it's hard to, it's funny because I don't necessarily want to get into really heavy anatomy in the sense of like starting to critique the anatomy, because, this is your first sculpt, and honestly, it looks awesome. For a first sculpt, it's great. I would say that I'm going to divide it up a little bit so we have a little bit more to play with, so I don't have to subtle brush it. I think that these insert up in here. And it's funny because this isn't a straight line, because you sort of have the sternocleidomastoid coming down, and then there are other muscles that kind of split. So it sort of makes like a little Y. You get this, and then you sort of get like this little spread off here. And then you sort of get a secondary spread off there, right? So it's sort of like a two-armed Y, actually. It bulks kind of up in here. So, and then this is sort of connective tissue. So it's not just a straight line. You get another one that's coming under over here. Your clavicle comes up and over. So, this is sort of like an airspace in a way. So this is sort of doing this. Get this airspace, your clavicle. Your shoulders start up in here. Flat. No. Wow, I'm having trap. Your trapezoid here, and it kind of makes this shape. You know, so there's some subtle anatomy stuff that obviously you need to look at, but I don't think, I mean, from what I'm telling, or from what I'm seeing, I don't really see that you were trying to do, you know, like a photorealistic anatomical sculpt. So I'm not going to get obviously too heavy into that. He looks great. I think that this line doesn't do this, right? And this is where, you know, if this is stylized in the sense of, oh, I meant it to be that way, cool. I would say the one thing as a beginner, what I would do is find some stuff and copy it, in the sense of that way you have something to judge yourself by. Where if you're just making it up, it's very hard for someone, even yourself, to determine if it's successful or if you're getting better, because you can just say, oh, well, that's what I meant it to be like, you know. And so that is, I would find something to sculpt and copy it, right? And then that way we can look at it and decide if it is, you know, looking like the source material. Does that make sense? I mean, you got quite a bit of this right. You know what I mean? Hmm. Because I don't know what level of stylization you were going through. So I would say, you know, find an image and then try to sculpt that image. And then it's really going to help you determine, you know, whether you're seeing right or not. Because 99% of sculpture is learning how to see. Okay. So these are realistic but stylized. Yeah. So you want to get your anatomy right. You know, it's not for those of you who don't know what Valorant is, you can see that they're pretty realistic characters. I mean, they're not, you know, every pore realistic, but you know, they're not stylized characters to the point that, I mean, they're stylized real anatomy. Honestly, you know, this is where the facial expressions from sculptor anatomy for sculptors, I think this right here form of the head and neck. This book right here, I think would be great for you. We get a discount from them. I contacted them because I really believe in this company's anatomy books. I contacted them and they'll give us a discount, or give you guys a discount for it. I'm not making any money off this. I'm just out there trying to get discounts for you. But like you can see, they break the face into these planes. And I think if you get an understanding of these planes, you're going to be able to do the stylized stuff very well. I mean, you can see that right there. I mean, there's a stylized ear, right? But they're just breaking up up into planar information. And I honestly would get this book and start trying to make things that look like the plane description. Because, like I said, once you understand these planes, you're going to be able to stylize it out quite a bit. And I think that this book does a very good. I mean, just look at how they're thinking about the skull, right, and the planes, and you can see how it's, it's abstracting the reality. They also have one that is facial expressions, which is just really awesome as well, because so many of the anatomy books are showing you the muscles and stuff, and what they're more concerned with is how the submasses work to generate these forms, right? So it's not necessarily anatomy in the sense of you're getting insertions and origins. They're showing you what the substructure is that changes the form. So I think that these books would be great for you, but that head and neck one would be awesome because you're going to get the planar breakdown of these things. And not just shilling for them. I think they're good books, and I think for stylize, it's going to help you a great deal. Because here, let's just quickly, just sort of go into what Bill, using clay tubes and man, we're going to make these planes instead of trying to get it to be anatomical. We're going to get the anatomy right, but we're going to do it as plane surfaces. No, I started to do post only side. Let's go back to the beginning. All right. So now I'm only going to turn symmetry. And I'm just going to really quickly. Right. And if you're starting to think about these as a substructure of planes and not trying to figure out the anatomy in the sense of muscles and such, you're going to be able to generate characters that have real anatomy, have real anatomical substructures, but that are getting your stylized treatment. So I'm just building this up. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, so once you have an idea of where these planes are actually going, get them in. Just gonna lower my little one. I'm just gonna smooth this a touch. And now I'm gonna go back. No, oh no. Yes, yes. And now I'm gonna take some trim polish, come back in, and just turn these into sort of sharper edges. Right, you can see how it's something that's a little bit more tied to actual anatomy, but because you know how those planes work, you can come in and really develop any character you want based on actual anatomy. And then, you know, however it is, come in with pinch and get your style break. I don't. I only do ZBrush. I'm a sculptor. It's what I do. I started out as a physical sculptor, so CAD isn't really my thing. And then I just, you know, like I don't even use a lot of the automated solutions within ZBrush. I tend to just sculpt. Oh. Yeah, they're just really powerful books for visualizing form. I've been very impressed with it. A company, and they sort of took Bridgman and kind of modernized Bridgman's anatomy, and I was a big fan of Bridgman stuff because he breaks it down into the mechanical. I think that's probably where you want to go with that. Yeah, I find that black becomes too high contrast and I lose my edges, where the blue is easy on the eye, and I work 12 to 20 hours a day. and my eyes start to lose it on higher contrast stuff. Also, this blue is the closest material I've found, except for one of the grays, that shows me, like if I put a stroke on this, it gives me a realistic impression of what's going to be printed. So that's why I use the blue a lot, because it really gives me a true interpretation of what is going on. Y'all? And does that make sense? Do we have any other questions on?
Nope. You got 2 more files.
I mean, I can. Is in that setup, is there a how to load the materials stuff in that initial video?
No. And what initial video?
In the video that comes with the materials and brushes, is there a little thing showing people where to put them?
I don't think so.
I should probably do that.
You should probably do that. But you can download that blue material from the link. It's Ma Dirty Blue. And Tomas can show real quick how to make the background blue.
Yeah, so all I did, so this is a standard menu color. I think I just scrolled through and got this color. But all you have to do is within document, you come right here and see this background color. You can find it, like you can pick it here too. If you come over here and find a color you like, right? Let's say you want it there. When you come to document, you come to here, see this back, you just drag this, and anything it rolls over, it's going to pick. Right. And I have it the same as my menus. Boom. So it's there. And then all I do, once you get all your documents set up, the other thing I do is I make all these zeros, so there is no transition. It's just a flat color. I don't like transitions in my background. Cool. And then once you get this set, just say save as startup document, and it'll save that as your base color. Well, I would honestly, get that book or find someone who has photos of characters that are like that. Like I would just get a bunch of pictures of those characters and start sculpting those characters. Just try to get the faces to match the faces of those characters, because I guarantee you can find a bunch of different views of those characters, and just find one and start to sculpt it. And then you can judge whether you're succeeding or not, right? I think that's what I would start out. I wouldn't bother doing tutorial. I mean, it depends on which, honestly, get used to using clay tubes and get used to using SK trim polish, and there you go. You're going to be able to do those models. Nope. Well, I mean, you can do that, but there's a plugin called Ring Master, or no, it's now called Ring Utility. Everything used to be called Master, and now it's called Utility. So if you come into Ring Utility, make sure you come over here, more options, and say append to current. And then close that. And here are your ring sizes right here. It'll do 6.5, 6.5, right? 10.5. You just slide this and you get ring sizes. You pick, so let's say I want to do a size 11. I usually start with my thickness at 2 millimeters, and then width, depending on what kind of ring it is, 2 to 6 millimeters. You don't want to get too much bigger than 10 mil. 10 mil, a really wide ring. So I tend to start with like 5 mil, and then Side 64 width segment. I usually make this 3. Segments are lines. One is one. So that should center line. You want it to have a center line. And now just create ring base mesh. And so, boop. There is your ring base mesh. Right? And now you can start futzing with it, tapering it, twisting it, all that. And yeah, that's where I would start with the ring base. But you can easily make them in Rhino and just import them as STLs or OBJs. That works. Anybody have any other questions?
Let's get on to the next model.
Oh, we have another model. Oh, crap. Sorry.
2 more models. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's get on that.
So I converted Leonard's to ZTL.
Okay.
And then we have the STL, and that'll be it. That'll be it for the street.
Yeah. Okay. So Christian, and you took his OBJ and turned it into his ZTL?
No, I took the ZPR that used to be there and turned it into ZTL.
Oh, so we have 3.
No, ignore the OBJ.
Oh, okay. I guess that's what I was asking.
Yeah. Now, after we yelled at them for submitting a ZPR, they didn't know I was converting it for them, and they uploaded an OBJ of it.
Oh, okay. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, boop, boo-doo-doo-boo-doo-boo. Okay. Come on. Oh, I already pushed load. So if if you start to load a tool and then you change your mind, make sure to close that window because ZBrush won't do anything until that window's closed. Star import. Boom. Boom. Is that a huge STL? How big is it?
Almost a gig.
814 meg. Yeah, that's a big STL. I think that was supposed to be the back of Scarlett Johansson. All right. Do you have the reference image you used for her? Right, let's go to. We're doing Scarlett first. Is that?
Yep.
Right. Okay. So first thing, reference image. Did you use one? On YouTube? Are you part of the Discord?
Yeah, they're in the Discord. I can get the link for you and transfer it to Twitch.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, William Henry we did some good work there. Tony's still there. It's nice.
Oh, yeah, just go to the Twitch stream text channel in Discord.
So my second question is, do you know how to load reference images into your model? Was that in your ZPR? I'm gonna have to guess with scale. My scale is so wonkadonk tonight. It's me. I changed a setting or something, I assure you, but very fresh. Slider to subtool. Oh, she's tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Document. 2x2s. Now, see, that's interesting because crazy. Scales have nothing to do with anybody. And like I said, trust me, it's my fault. I know it. All right, let's get rid of
As
these.
usual.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because it's too consistently weird. Like it's off about the same amount. So somewhere along the way, I typed in something to hit it and changed my world scale, and now everything is just being changey world scale. Don't judge ZBrush by me futzing up in this version of this app. I apologize. Raw. Download. I think it would. I think that's. I don't know what I've done. I've made a mess. Somehow or another. Who knows? Okay, first of all, let's take project off. Is it tile? Oh, tiles too. Tile. What's it doing? It's so funny. I'm trying to dodge this, so I'm wind up using my mouse. Yeah.
Tiles needs to be set to the same thing grid size is, right? Those are always.
Yeah,
so
that's 2 and 2. All right, so we have this. We're going to turn our floor on. Our floor is on. Go to draw. Why am I not getting? Oh, because it's projecting up. Okay. First of all, turn project on mesh off. We're going to turn this to fill mode 3. Going to find scale. Is this backward? Sure is. Okay. First of all, model's not facing front.
well, there's your problem.
That's definitely part of it. Control N. No? Like 2 heads going? We do have 2 heads. Let's undo that. Is everybody in the same place? Yeah. Turn everybody on. You go to draw. We're going to make angle 0. And now let's change scale. Get our Okay, so we're gonna just stick with the eyes being in the right place. Still a little off. Scale. That. Okay. That's close enough. So you can see, first of all, your issue is that your face is too low on the head, right? So basically the face is really tiny and it's sort of in the wrong place. So I'm just going to take symmetry and we're going to show, let's duplicate this. And then and duplicate. Merge down. I'm going to leave our eyeballs separate so we don't distort the eyeball. And right, you can see with the reference image, it puts things really into perspective, right? So now we're just going to grab move. And I'm just going with symmetry on. And you can see your face is sort of the wrong size and in the wrong place as far as the body goes. So we're going to push you back up. And her face isn't symmetrical, but like I said, I'm just using symmetry to get us kind of in the right ball field. Down here. Draw a line here. And so this is going to be odd because obviously it's not lining up with her actual face because of symmetry. But let's even just go with that, right? Let's turn floor off and look. And right, she now looks more like a human than here. Because things are sort of in the right plate. Come on, you're there. There we go. Do you see what I mean? Because her face is just, first of all, it's too thin and it's short on the head. So that's the initial issue. So, yeah, and try to find some good reference images from straight on and straight from the side, because that's the closest image you have to her being straight on, and she's actually looking a little bit off to the right. It's not a straight on image. If you do Scarlett Johansson headshots, maybe. Like that image is pretty dead straight on. I would say that would be a good reference image. That one's pretty straight on. Go. What did I just do?
You clicked it.
Somehow I hit a button. You know, this one's pretty straight on. That's actually a fairly straight on image. But I think that's a good straight-on image, and that's a sculpt. That's not a photo. But even just using someone else's sculpt as a reference image, because that is true straight view. Let's see. And then just do profile. And they've got to have an image for straight on. Or from the side. If you can find see how they've made this so tiny. If you can find a solid reference, you know, and that's a pretty good image of. You know, like if you could find a solid reference as such and look at their profile, that might give you a good start, because I'm not seeing very many profiles. And like make sure she's not looking down her brow, because that shortens her chin. You know what I mean? Because if someone uses this as a reference image or that as a reference image, you see what I mean? You're looking down her brow, so it doesn't give you a very good. That's close to a profile. It's interesting. She must not like her profile, because normally you'll find at least a handful of images in profile. There's that young photo of her. And look at that, that's not even true profile. Like you can see her brow over here. You can see the backside. Oh, maybe. Yeah, you might actually, with that. So I'd probably use this as a profile, and then I'd probably use their image as a front reference, because that's a good rendition of her. Like that's not a bad image. Right, because that's pretty straight on. But it's blown out. You're not getting a whole lot of depth information. Oh, did it close everything? So you can see that your head's just completely out of proportion. And having a reference image at least allows you to bring it in and you know, get it at least in the right portions, right? And then, you know, obviously you get her stuff in the right place. This shape is wrong. You know, I was just trying to get it to the floor image. And since that's not straight on, it's trickier than you would think. Like her face isn't this flat, right? Just come in, get your reference image in. Imagery on this, just so we're. Stop it. Right, you can see her head's tilted here, so she's center. and just get everything in. And the other nice thing is you can go into draw, go project on mesh. Can never draw, project on mesh. And then here you have your image on the mesh, and you can really tune your part to be where, you know, everything is hitting. Right? You know that. Another nice thing about project on mesh is it gives you a little bit of rotation. Right? I can kind of roll it so I don't have to just look at it straight on. I'm just going to turn this. Dimples there, and these are kind of here, and this eye sack, and that is. And so that allows you to really tune the image. And then you turn it off and you have the right places, and now you start sculpting a little more and you have the right places, you know, because, you know, this doesn't do this. This is like one cone. Sort of, you know, so I think you just need to work with a little bit more study on anatomy and then tune it to your thing, because, you know, you're off. And I think using reference. Yeah, it does. It has to be put into the draw image in the draw up. So I would work with it with the reference images and get the right shape, find a good forward, you know, because, and once again, I think that in this case, using their sculpture as a reference isn't bad, because they did such a good job. If we click on it, I bet they have the other views. Would have guessed it. Oh, stop. Jesus. Or they might show you the reference image. It's interesting. The problem with ZBrush Central, it used to get everybody all their information. They show you the weird spam. Okay.
It's HTML or CSS that they embedded in there. It shouldn't be showing.
Yeah, I was like, so I would say go back and start with a couple good reference images. It's going to help you a lot.
All right, let's move on to that STL.
Yep, here it is. It's great.
Is the mic a little further away now than
No,
it had been?
well, just then it was, because I was leaning farther back. But no, it hasn't moved. Why did I drop volume? Yeah, I was back here. I was farther away. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say you're crimping up on the waist somehow. Where I think that if you check with her standing up, is this her waist? I think that's the belt buckle, isn't it? Because what it looks like is she's bent over, but her costume hasn't. Right? It's raising her waistline up to right under her breast. And so I think that these right, I think that let's mask that. Mask that. Oh no. You. There we go. So we're gonna only in this guy.
Yeah, your audio's cutting out real bad.
It's cutting out really bad?
Yeah, I'm not sure why people aren't complaining more.
Is it just you?
No. No, it sounds fine on Discord. It's real bad in the stream.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't changed or moved anything.
Hmm. Yeah, we need to check and make sure that you don't have any gates in the streaming.
In what streaming?
In OBS, I mean.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is I think that okay, I'm gonna miss these guys, but I think you'll get the idea. Because honestly, the model's great. It looks beautiful. The forms are nice. It's neat. But I think that when you bent her over, this is her waist down here. And so you didn't tilt the waistline. And you know, I'm not necessarily saying you have to tilt the whole skirt around, but do you see by doing that, we're now bringing that back to her waistline? As opposed to back here, where if you stood up, that belt buckle would be right under her rib cage. You see what I mean? So when you bent her, I don't think you bent her clothing. And it may just be tilting this piece, right? Just this top area here. It may just be doing that, but I think that it needs to come. I think that needs to come down and revisit this skirt and make sure that it's actually attaching to her waist. Is this person here? Who is this? Christian? Is Christian here?
Is this DU7Y? I think it might be.
So I think that's really the only issue. I mean, because you can see that, let's just go back to her body here. Right, this is her torso, and you bent it, but this is still her waistline here, right? Because if we come here, you know, this is her rib cage. And because there's so much stuff, you just kind of squished all this around. And you don't see it, so it's not necessarily an issue. But what it does do, you got to remember her navel's there, right? So when we do look at everything, you know, this is a belt buckle. That belt buckle should be here. And all this should be down, because what you've done by rotating that up, see here, it gives you it makes her look like she's got like a bustle, and she's wearing like an ompier dress, so that's entering just right below her sternum. So I think you need to get this waistline back down here, so it's actually at her waist, because that does weird things to her torso from the side. But the hair looks, I mean, everything looks great. It just looks like you did this maybe in an A pose or something like that, and then you just didn't tilt the skirt to go with it. No, I'm smelling the lasagna. It's killing me. And I was tired. Yeah, actually, I was tired when we started tonight. I think that's the only real big problem, is that her clothes aren't bending with her.
And the stick is going through the fur.
Make sure that doesn't happen. Good point. Yeah, be very careful about things crossing over one. Also, kind of broke her wrist here, but it's low res, so I don't know that you've actually gotten to that yet, but make sure that these intersect, right? You know, the wrist, the ball of the palm, and then you have a wrinkle, and that comes up.
Oh, he put a here, let me put this in Discord for you. Reference image
In
Discord.
open original. But see, this is where illustrators can get away with crap, because, hold on, can we zoom into this? It's back here, they're telling us this is at her waist, right? Because you see this coming in, that's her hip coming out, that's sitting on her waist. And then they didn't know what they were doing, right? You know, they're like, oh, well, here, we just need a belt buckle. So they sort of did the opposite of what you did. What they did is they cut her entire front off, and then just had an illustration there. So when you're trying to copy illustrations, we can't get away with a lot of the stuff that they can, because this is a two-dimensional image. And so I see what you did, but because they're totally just making crap up here. Because if you look, you have the armpit, right? You have her rib cage, and then that's her hip going out to her butt, right? So that is on her hip. And then what they did is that instead of making a rib cage, right? Her rib cage is sort of doing that. Her belly is doing that. You know, her navel is down here, and that's the bottom of her skirt. So this is one of those prime examples of where illustrators are like, but I want to see the belt buckle, so they don't give a crap about what's going on. and they fiddle fudge like this, but it looks silly in 3 dimensions, right? It doesn't make any sense in 3 dimensions because you're still, I mean, look at this. This is hugging, her hands on her hip, right? So that's actually touching. Here, her hands nowhere near her hip, right? Because this is too high. So if you think about, let's take that, well, I didn't group it, but if you take her if you put her hand there, right, that's actually nowhere near her hip. And so this is too high. And because that drawing has it sort of doing, you get the rib cage, you get the hip and the butt, and then this is sitting like right here, right? And you can see that in forced perspective, yes, this looks like it's in the right place. But the second you do this, that is, that's just totally not in the right place. So when you're doing an illustration, you're trying to match it from the front. You can, but you have to rotate it and make sure it makes sense from the side. And sometimes that means you have to futz with a little, but that's where the really good, like the anime sculptors or, the people who are doing these figurines, they're basing a lot of them on, still frames. And yeah, it's hard. You can't take Illustrator tricks. You actually have to make it make sense in the world. Well, the first thing I would do like what I showed you. I would take this, and the first thing I would do is get it sitting on her hips. And what that means is I would go back and revisit her figure first. Really? Stop it. Oh my. Don't do that. Whatever I just did, don't do that. Everybody, stop. What are you doing?
What is happening?
I don't know. I haven't.
Let go of control.
I'm not touching control. Here, I want this. No, stop that. Okay, everybody, come back. All right, so this is the body, right? Yeah. Okay, so first of all, look what you did. You completely mangled her body. So you are not allowed to do what illustrators do, right? So the first thing I would do is take a mannequin and pose it correctly. And then you can sit there and you can work on it and get it from the one view to line up pretty close. But the second you start doing this with a dimensional model, it looks like, she's blown out. And the thing is she is completely blown out, right? This, you've completely just removed all of her intestines and her front. And, so get the anatomy to be right, start there, and then put the garments on where they should be on the body and just kind of fit it and push it and get it in. And then make sure everything's right and on the body, and then get it in that view, and you can pose it, twist it, and turn it to get it to look exactly, usually get it to look exactly like it is, right? But you have to start with a good figure. And so by bending it as such and by trying to distort the body to match the image, you're doing yourself a little bit of disservice. And that way you can come in here, and I'm going sphere. Yep, actually, I want to actually use it. Mannequin. Oh, these are ZPRs, I think. I don't think we can we. No, these are Z. I would open one of those EPRs, save it as a ZTL, import the ZTL, and then keep your image, right? Keep this here, but pose that figure into the image, and then you'll actually see what the body's doing. And then the fabric, the clothing has to sit on the body, if that makes sense. Yeah. I think you have to start, I would start with the mannequin and get the pose correct. Because it's blown out her butt and hips, and her torso's sunk below her hips, and that's what makes it look like she has scoliosis, where it's just big, you know. Why would I mean, all of your accoutrements are good. I wouldn't remake everything. I would just get the mannequin and repose the body. And if you use Z-spheres, you're not allowed to crunch things down, right? They're on armatures, you're pivoting from the thing. So I would do that. Yeah, no, I mean, it looks great. It's just you destroyed the body to try to match the graphics. And in 3D, you can't do. You have to get the body to match the graphics. And if you start with an armature like Z-spheres, you can even then just pose your sculpt to Z-spheres, but the Z-spheres won't allow you to change stuff, right? You know, it's a pivot. Pivot. So I think that's what I would do. Righto?
Cheers.
All right. Kind and gentle folk, I'm going to call it an evening. It's an evening. Watch tomorrow for the release. Excuse me. Watch tomorrow for the release. It's going to be exciting. There's some really, really good stuff. If you're watching YouTube, hit like and subscribe. It's really important to us. And if you hit the little bell thing, that'll tell you when we come on again. I'm not going to be here next week because we're going to be at a convention in Vegas. Oh my God. Everybody keep your fingers crossed. We have masks. Thank you everyone for participating. Buy ZBrush, use ZBrush, love ZBrush, and get out there and make some beautiful art. Oh, come visit us at ZBrush. I don't even know the name of my website anymore. ZBrush 2021. All right, I'm done. Good night, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Tried.
Oh my God.
Have a good one, everybody.
That was ridiculous. Have a great one.